Chapter 481. I expand the range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection once I hear Luna shouting. My range reaches out as far as the town nearly 10 kilometers away on one side, but I can't sense anything in the opposite direction. On full blast, I can feel the readings of rogue dungeons up to 50 to 70 kilometers away if I push myself, but for some reason, I can't sense this dark guard that she's crying out about. Maria is on alert too, and I feel her natural aura spread out a few kilometers. But the same confused expression shows on her face as she doesn't sense anything out of the ordinary either. Luna makes it nearby us, and points far out in the desert in the direction of Sector 1. It's coming. Whatever it is, it's incredibly angry. She keeps pointing in the same direction, but I'm positive there's nothing out there. Still, the fact that she accurately described the 5th-ranked Dark Guard's appearance and number placement makes me believe her vision is real. I jump in the air, and Maria follows me upward. I use telekinesis to carry Luna again, and we start drifting off in the direction she's pointed. Tell me if we're going the right way. We'll confront this guard before it makes it close to the town. She nods, looking around with her eyes glowing with a light blue aura, but speaks up before activating her ranked-up buff again. I can't see it without my buff activated. On her status now, I see Legendary Grade Moonlight's Gaze, along with 2 buffs, Eye of the Last Full Moon, and a new one that she received after hitting level 1000 called Awakened Guardian's Eye. The enormous blue eye emerges from her back and floats above us, staring off into the empty desert, and I pose a question. Which buff is this? I can see you have 2. She doesn't reply for a moment, but points off in the desert. It's the Awakened Guardian's Eye. I can't see far enough with the other one. Same with my skill. They work best at night. I turn my head up to look at the eye and hear her voice call out from behind me again. About 300 kilometers. That's how far out it is, by the way. At its current pace, it still would have taken all day to make it here. I might have overreacted. I grin. No. That's exactly the reaction I wanted. Don't worry about it. Is that the limit to your range? 300 kilometers. Right now? I think so. I notified you the moment I saw it. Are there any other troops with it? Or is the guard all alone? She shakes her head. There's nothing else around it. It's just trudging through the desert alone. I don't know why. Good. So with you on watch, we'll have plenty of time to prepare if any other troops do show up in the future. Keep using that eye and notify me if there are any changes in its behaviors or you see any more troops within range. I let a handful of mana potions out of my item storage and let them float over to Luna while I increase the speed of my steps to catch up to Maria. Seems like it's the same guard you fought in Valor City. You ready for round 2? I think you can take it on with your power now. Maria's eyes light up with ice magic, and the barrier of chi surrounding her body reflexively gets more dense around her vital areas before she responds. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Yes. I've been waiting to face that guard since the moment I entered the isolation pod. What are the odds it'd come to greet me once I finished my training? She takes another step forward, leaving ice behind with each of her footsteps and small wisps of white chi, speeding up her pace. I increase mine as well to match hers, and we soar through the desert sky for over an hour at top speeds before the Dark Guard comes within range of my all-seeing eye and enemy detection as well. Just as Luna said, a suit of jet black armor trudges through the sand with the number 5 printed on its chest. The only difference I see in its appearance since the last time I saw it is a large X, marking over the number 5 on its chest, almost like it has been scratched out. Red-orange energy is leaking from the small cracks in the black armor, and as Luna also stated previously, its aura exudes rage and every step it takes amplifies its anger. I point forward and lean to Maria. We're getting close. Get ready to fight soon. This is all you. I'll let you have the rematch you deserve. Our pace slows a bit and we begin to descend down to the desert floor. Maria pulls out her silver blade and imbues chi into it while descending even faster than me. Eventually, the black suit of armor becomes visible on the horizon without using any of my skills, and Maria sees it too. Stay back and let me test out a few moves I couldn't try on you while sparring. This should be over in a few minutes. I halt in midair a few hundred meters above the ground and cross my arms to watch as Maria touches down on the sand, making a crater of ice as she lands. Luna floats behind me, catching up still while being dragged along by my telekinesis, then comes to a halt by my left side with her enormous blue eye still staring down from above. I speak up. This should be an interesting fight. Time to watch closely and learn a few things. As the impact from Maria's landing with the sand sends ripples through the desert, the suit of armor finally speaks up in a loud, angry yell that can be heard by everyone in the area. It's you. You. The one that ruined my reputation. You're the one that made the Dark One disown me after years of diligent service. The bright 5 etched into its chest plate glows red-orange, and the X scratched across it bleeds with this energy-filled light as well. The only way I'll be accepted back is if I kill you, the Ice Empress, the one that foiled my plans. I just wanted you to serve the Dark One and join the winning side. It is a shame you refused my offering in such a flashy manner. I should have killed you when I had the chance at the city gate. Memories of the enormous crimson ice crystal that destroyed the arena in Valor City surface in my mind. This was the finishing move Maria used while channeling all of her Red Hydra's remaining soul energy into a single attack to deflect this guard's attack and give our teammates enough time to escape. By the way this guard is talking, it seems he's been exiled for failing to capture and turn Maria, Abby, and Monk into the Dark One's slaves. Maria understands the situation as well and speaks up while pointing her silver sword forward, playing into the rage-filled knight's words. Well, this is your chance to prove yourself again. If you really are a loyal follower of the Dark One, then you won't lose to me a second time, will you? She allows a small portion of her mana control to leak out from her chi barrier, giving the Black Knight the perception that her strength is still the same as it was the time they met just 2 days ago. The Dark Guard's red glow beneath its armor grows brighter and brighter, until it forms 2 long energy blades in its hands, just like it did in that underground training room before. Its steps are powered by orange soul energy, but they're mixed with its own blood-red aura. The sand beneath its feet is melting with every step, turning into molten glass while it speeds up more and more, dead set on reaching Maria. It yells, "That's right. The first time was a fluke. At your level, with nowhere to run, it will be impossible for you to fend me off again. This will be your end. I'll get my seat back at the Dark Guard's assembly right now." He lunges forward, swinging both of the red energy-manifested blades across his body to create the same crimson-colored slashes that were impossible for Maria to block last time she was faced with only one. Instead of attempting to dodge like the Dark Guard predicted, Maria lunges forward too, saturating her blade with chi, and taking the 2 soul energy attacks head-on with her glowing white sword. A magnificent white and red collision of energy lights up the battlefield below me as Maria's blade slices through and obliterates both crimson energy slashes with a white crescent of chi from her own blade in return. It rockets across the desert floor aiming for the Dark Guard. Then, shatters the 2 red energy swords it wields when the attempt to block her incoming attack fails. The crescent of white-hot chi collides with the 5, printed on the Dark Guard's chest, cracking its armor to pieces before it even registers what hit it. The entire battlefield appears to be moving in slow motion for everyone watching. Luna's enormous eye is wide open, taking in every detail of the fight. I'm impressed by Maria's first chi blade manifestation's power, and she's equally excited to unleash her full strength if the guard survives this blow. As the black armor shatters and falls to the desert floor, it's impossible to see what's underneath. A blinding red light expands from within, blocking everyone's vision of the Dark Guard's true form. This flash of energy is followed by the roar of a monster that does not sound at all like the angry human yells we heard moments ago. Chapter 482. My inspect skill picks up a reading as the black armor of the 5th-ranked Dark Guard falls away. LV 1572. Its status is just like every other one of them, with no skills or items, but a Curse of the Lich King branded in orange lettering on its buff section. The immense amount of heat that erupts from the broken armor and crimson glow leads me to believe that there is some kind of fire-wielding monster that is now emerging. This will be the perfect opponent for Maria to test her new abilities on. Fire is her exact opposite element matchup. If anything, her weakness. Just from her display moments ago, and my spar with her earlier, I know she has the strength to take this guard on. But the real test will be seeing how she fares against actual combat with a genuine A-ranked monster aiming to kill. The monstrous roar echoes through our ears, and the red humanoid form beneath the armor grows larger and larger in size until it reaches over 5 meters tall. Its silhouette is bright red, but as it grows larger, jagged rocks begin to stick out of its body. Once it reaches just under 10 meters in height, dark black obsidian-colored glossy stones have protruded all over it to create what looks to be a golem's form. It has 2 glowing red-orange eyes that just look like circles, and a slit for a mouth that glows the same color of its deadly soul energy. Another roar, that sounds like a static screech mixed with rocks crashing together, erupts from its being as the red light in its eyes pulses. Hairline fractures in its obsidian body show red energy swirling beneath its surface, and the monster's hands manifest long, thick blades just like the ones it held in its human form, but over 5 times as large. Blood-red flames erupt from the golem creature's back and arms, spreading immense heat throughout the desert and melting the surrounding area of sand just for existing nearby. It tilts its head down at Maria while she swallows a chi pill from her item box to replenish her stores. After her session in the isolation pod, it looks like she's used up most of the chi gifted by Monk, but I count 9 more in the small silver tin left after the one that she just consumed. Ice magic is activated and her chi barrier is let down to reveal her true mana control to the Dark Guard. Only portions of chi are used around her heart, head, and blind spots, while the rest is focused in her footsteps and channeled into the silver sword. As the heat from the monster's release of power nears her, the melting of sand stops in its tracks and a wave of ice challenges it, freezing the desert floor in a circle that only increases in size the longer Maria activates her ice magic. She points her blade toward the obsidian golem and releases a royal blue aura of her own that clashes with the monster's in the air. It's an energy made of mana, but my senses pick up trace amounts of chi within it. Whatever this power is, it's a step closer to awakening soul energy than anything I've ever managed to manifest before. 2 domes of lights hit each other from nearly 100 meters away as both of them declare battle on the other. Then they both charge forward. The golem's echoing footsteps show off its immense strength, and the constant flames and red glow that comes from it show its magic power is considerable as well. Maria steps through the air with blue-tinted chi, increasing her movement speed, closing the gap between them much faster than expected. Her sword glows the same light blue as she swings it through the air, leaving behind a trail in the sky that leaves a faint stain the air just like the red Hydra's buff. She gets faster and faster as she gets closer, and jumps straight into the dual incoming blades of the golem without an ounce of fear in her movements. Maria spins her body between the 2 blades, dodging their sharp crimson edges just by a hair on both sides. In a single swing, the monster's right shoulder is sliced through. An enormous blue slash line is visible on the monster's body as Maria continues to fly past her target unharmed. As she touches down on the molten desert floor, it crystallizes into solid ice. Soon after, the loud thud of the black rock falling off of its body can be heard. Maria doesn't take a moment to admire her work, lunging back around to release another light blue slash at the creature's left arm while she's standing in the blind spot behind it. Another bright blue line is etched into the golem's opposite shoulder as she slices through it and she steps higher into the air to get a better vantage point away from the monster to assess its real damage. Another loud thud reaches her ears as the second arm of the monster falls to the floor, but her senses are put on high alert from an unexpected incoming attack. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Maria swings her sword back to block 2 crimson blades coming her way from the soul energy manifested arms that still carry swords where the physical obsidian body was cut off. This reminds me of the technique the 7th ranked Dark Guard used when I managed to cut off one of its limbs as well. The technique is very similar, however, this monster's power seems to act a bit differently. As the red and blue powers clash, the energy released into the atmosphere is nearly equal in strength. 2 of the monster's blades that harness all of its power are being repelled with an equal and opposite force as the ice mage in the air follows through with her icy slash. They stay in the same place, battling it out over a single exchange in midair for over a second. Maria's eyes open wide as she sees a thin black line of rock forming in the center of both of the energy-manifested arms that connect back to the golem's main body. Every fraction of a second that passes, more and more of the monster's arms regenerate and reform into the old form it had just moments ago before Maria cut them off. She pulses with a blue aura at the sight of this and shoves the crimson blades backward a few meters. This gives her enough leeway to dodge to the side as the momentum of the blades continues downward and slices through the air where she just was. Taking advantage of this moment, she slices through both of the golem's legs, leaving a light blue line across its upper thighs. When she touches down to the floor behind it, the expected reaction to this attack would be a moment where the creature stumbles or falls as it tries to regenerate its legs. However, underneath the hard obsidian stone is a red energy form that moves on its own without the need for a physical body at all. It turns around, leaving its severed legs behind, carrying its upper body on just a soul energy manifested lower half, and swings its two crimson swords again right at Maria on the ground. Although this wasn't what she expected, it was in the realm of possibilities. Maria jumps out of the way again and analyzes the creature while its glowing red eyes track her movements too. The impact of the red blades with the ground sends a shockwave of molten sand her way that towers over 3 meters high and grows in speed and power. The more soul energy is channeled into it from the monster's blades stuck into the desert. She jumps in the air again, and the golem's legs begin to regrow just the same as its arms did, standing as small black sticks in the center, while more black rock is summoned to fill the empty space. The waves of molten sand die down once the monster takes its energy blades from the ground and starts sending out crescents of soul energy in the air for Maria to dodge. Her chi aura gets much weaker while she soars through the air dodging these crimson slashes. But it isn't because she's getting weaker. Her attention has shifted from attack to one of pure analysis. Every shot the creature throws at her adds to her ideas on what to do next, and I see her eyes channeling over 50% of the chi that isn't protecting her vitals. She's watching where the energy flows in this monster to try and figure out its weakness. Clearly, taking off its limbs doesn't hurt it at all, and getting in close to try and land another attack without a proper plan is just taking an unnecessary risk if she doesn't know where to aim. Out of curiosity, I copy the chi flow she's using and channel a large portion of my available energy into my eyes to watch the golem meticulously throw slashes at her while she gracefully dodges through the air. At first, all I can see is the silhouette of red-orange soul energy in the form of a massive human outline. However, the longer I look and the closer I focus on its release of slashes, the more I see there is a distinct direction of its energy flow. The flow is so fast and instantaneous, it's like a heart pumping blood at 1,000 beats per second. But there is clearly a point where this power is coming from. It is all coming from a central point deep inside its chest. Similar to golems I've faced before, this one has a core of its own. It is just hidden within layers and layers of dense soul energy to make itself look like a pure energy being. As I come to this realization, a shift in Maria's movements makes me surmise she's come to the same conclusion. Her movements in the air become faster, and her blade glows blue again. Instead of going for the available openings on the monster's arms and legs that it allows her to take between every few dozen slashes, she bides her time and doesn't go for the easy shots. After every attack, the monster's blades come back into position to protect its chest before anything else. This is exactly where Maria's gaze is locked onto as she continues flying circles around the golem, waiting for it to slip up. In return for its slashes, she sends her own blue ice attacks littered with chi down toward the monster. They are never aimed to hit it directly, but to freeze the battlefield below and limit its movements to a select few areas. The more she throws, the larger the massive ice crystals form like obstacles in its way, and its attacks become more predictable to the trained eye. Like a rat in a maze, every new ice structure guides the golem to an endpoint that I can see as clear as day. Maria is setting up her finishing move, and the rage-filled golem that believes it's invincible to her slow-moving attacks can't see it coming at all. After 3 more chi pills and nearly 100 dodged crimson slashes, the semicircle barrier of ice behind the golem is created, and it has nowhere else to backpedal to now. Maria's sword charge is brighter blue than ever before in this battle, and her body radiates with a light that I've only seen happen when she activates her ranked-up buff. The last time I saw her use this with the Red Hydra's power at a far lower skill level, it decimated multiple layers of A-grade shielding and destroyed the entire arena back in Valor City. If she uses it now with her newfound strength, imbued with chi as well, the result would be catastrophic. A bright blue glow erupts off her as her aura expands to envelop the entire battlefield, including the cornered beast below her. Waves of cold ice magic freeze the entire area solid for over 200 meters in diameter. It believed it had the upper hand the entire battle, as Maria made it seem she was running from its attacks in fear once she realized she couldn't hurt it. The frozen ground shakes beneath the obsidian golem, getting louder and louder until Maria whispers the name of her ability. Ice Age. Enormous blue crystals of ice erupt from the ground, towering over the 10 m tall golem, expanding faster than it can think to move. They drop the temperature of the desert air instantly and encapsulate the golem in a massive prison of ice. At the same time, Maria dives in at it with her blade swinging across her body. She slices through her own solid blue prison, shattering the towering structure to pieces the moment it's formed, disintegrating the monster's black stone body entirely. It only leaves behind the shocked red inner form and a singular black orb in the center of its being that desperately tries to reform the rest of its physical body. However, it's far too late. A bright blue flash of light, and a single dense chi and ice-infused slash slices the core in half. Maria makes contact with the icy ground behind it, turning with glowing eyes and a charged sword ready for more, but ringing notifications in her head tell her the battle is already over. Both sides of the core fall to the frozen desert and the red energy slowly dissipates into the air. Chapter 483. Maria's level rises by 71, bringing her to level 1065 in an instant. By the way she's looking at her status, it's clear there is a rank-up notification in front of her waiting to be accepted. However, she recalls my description of the other's rank-up process that I told her about on our way out here and decides not to press yes just yet. She picks up both the fragments of the dormant black obsidian golem's core and places them into her item storage. 2 of the larger chunks have item readings on them that grant over 300% mental strength buffs along with fire resistance. I speculate what kind of armor, pendant, or possibly even a weapon these materials could make. However, it's Maria's kill, so she'll be the one to decide what to do with these core fragments in the future. Her ice magic deactivates while putting back up her consistent chi barrier. Then, she chi steps up in the air to greet Luna and me watching from high above. I'm the first to speak. That was very impressive. I could tell you were strong while sparring, but your combination of chi and mana brought your abilities to a whole new level. It almost looked like soul energy. I think to myself about how Maria would have stacked up against the second-ranked Dark Guard if she were to battle it alone. On pure physical strength, that silver creature would have had her beat, but just based on pure magic power they may have been close to even. The only guards that remain are the 3rd, 4th, and 1st. Based on this performance, after she ranked up, there is no doubt in my mind the 2 remaining lower guards will not be an issue for her. The only real looming threat is the 1st-ranked Dark Guard and the Dark One itself. As my mind races, Maria speaks up again. Yeah, it's a neat trick I managed to learn near the end of my session in the pod. Once my chi control reached a high enough level, I was able to begin incorporating mana directly into the flow. It works the other way around too. Instead of launching them as separate attacks, the 2 are slowly becoming one energy source. She flips her open status toward me to show the rank up screen. Once I get to a safe place to rank up, I'm almost positive they will become even more natural to wield together as one. We turn back toward the town after Luna does another scan of the desert, confirming there are no other strong beings within 300 kilometers of us. There are a few rogue dungeons and 2 small villages with populations below 50 each, but no sign of the Dark One's army. Looks like he really came alone. We head back to the town at fairly quick speeds, making it to the bunker in under 2 hours. Maria sits on the opposite side of the room in the lotus position and presses rank up, glowing white while the 5 machines hum in the background, slowly leaking chi and mana. I turn to Luna, then point to the crates of B-grade weapons and equipment by the back wall. Pick out 12 items. Make sure they have spread out buffs to equally boost all your stats, and choose a weapon you're comfortable learning how to wield. You were over level 250 before the power leveling session, so I assume you have some monster hunting experience. She nods and walks over to the crates, putting on a few rings, necklaces, a light armor set, some boots, and picks out a pair of daggers with high speed, agility, and mental strength enchants on them. Then, we leave the bunker together and I point to the Canyon of Dungeons. This way, it's time for you and a few others to increase your mana control. Let's see if that 300 kilometers range is your skill's hard cap or if there are ways to raise it. There are a few others in the dungeons that need the exact same training as you. We make it to the canyon, and I open up my Dungeon Walker skill to scan every dungeon I have access to until I find my double in a C-grade dungeon training the 37 recruits from the other day. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. After putting up my Flame Emperor's disguise, Luna and I teleport there and I greet my body double with a stone bullet to the forehead, killing it instantly to receive the memories of the last 40 or so hours that I've been away. The intricate details of the training this group has been through come rushing back to me. These are the people that volunteered to become the first soldiers in the Flame Emperor's army, and their commitment shows. I've been giving them a constant supply of newly crafted regeneration potions which heals all of their injuries and drastically decreases their fatigue, allowing most of them to train pretty much non-stop since the start. They have the best gear available to them, courtesy of the deceased Sector 2 leader's warehouse stockpiles, and my A-grade body double has been keeping a close eye on their every move. Stepping in milliseconds before battles are going to end poorly, and giving pointers after every fight on how to better use their weapons and talents. We progressively trained in harder and harder dungeons as everyone became more skilled. Once used to the routine, none of them fear getting hurt at all anymore, and start improving at an exponential rate. All 37 of them have made it to level 330 to 340. The only limitation they're facing now is the lack of time spent honing their mana control. Their actual combat skill has been refined. Luna has a similar problem. Her level has been artificially boosted, but her mana control is lagging far behind. I use my enemy detection skill mixed with my Rising Emperor's Domain, Find My Friend perk to find everyone's geo points through the dungeon. They're all pretty close by in groups being led by their leaders. Then, fly over to each of the groups and gather them together in a single spot. They all look happy to be here, some sweating, others breathing heavy, but most have smiles on their faces and are enjoying the grind. I speak up once I have their attention while sharing my skill. All-Seeing Eye with everyone. Open your status screens and look at the new options that are now available by activating the skill I have shared with you. Many of their eyes widen and they scroll through their status screens, clicking the eye next to their skills and gear to read more information about them, and many see where I'm leading them next before I even speak up. There should be a section labeled PP, or Proficiency Points. You gain one of these every time you level up. To upgrade a skill from basic grade to special grade, it takes 50 points. To upgrade from special to legendary grade, it takes 250. If you are an element user, it takes 100 points to upgrade to an advanced version of your skill. I want you to all use these points and grow stronger. We will be starting your next stage of training very soon. Looking down at my own status, I see PP 638, and do some math. I still need 362 more points to hit 1000 to have enough to upgrade my absorption skill to mythic grade. Although I have enough to upgrade some of my basic grade skills to legendary, or my advanced grade elemental skills to extreme, it isn't worth doing when I weigh the perks that a mythic grade version of my absorption skill will grant. After this, I close my status and look down at everyone in my new army. It's full of legendary swordsmen and tanks, advanced elemental users, and support types with team buffs that exceed 50 to 70%. Next, I switch the skill that I'll be sharing with them from All-Seeing Eye to legendary grade, Absorption. After this, I use my Rising Emperor's Domain perk to share 10% of my mana control, distributed equally between all 37 of them, and Luna making it 38. Instead of sharing this with all 140 of the people in my list like last time, this power is now going to less than of them. Meaning, their boost in strength is over 3 times greater than the last time this buff was used. Meaning, I'm granting them tens of millions worth of mana control more than before. Everyone is hit with another wave of euphoria, and their strength is increased to an absurd degree. They all group together and I dungeon walk us to the 19th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. Simultaneously, I place a body double on guard by the dungeon's entrance to make sure no hunters come up to disturb us. Training at this low of a level is a lot different than the upper floors past 30. Below floor 20 is where the association tends to actually farm and train. I sense a good amount of hunters on floor 10 to 13, and a few teams on floor 15 and 16, but it seems that no one is nearby, so we have floor 19 all to ourselves. A monster's screech fills the air as everyone stands on a black surface and a green-eyed, sword-wielding, mana-shielded berserker giant comes charging at the group of new recruits. I don't instantly kill the monster, but let it run closer and closer, allowing everyone here to use their new mana senses and feel the actual strength of the disgusting creature approaching. Many activate their skills, ready their weapons, and wait for my commands. I float above them all, not saying a word as it speeds up and eyes the crowd of humans that has come into its territory. A level 405 berserker giant jumps in the air toward the 38 hunters, and I create a large dome of mana shielding between them and the beast just 10 meters away from our group. The battle-crazed sword wielder collides with it in midair. Its blade shatters against the dense shielding and its body disintegrates and breaks apart, killing the monster on the spot for all of them to see. I didn't even lift a finger, but the monster was defeated instantly. I've granted you a portion of my power for this stage of training. It's called mana control. The cumulative experience gained by processing mana through your body over time increases this power. We'll be working on a skill called mana shielding, and farming these creatures here with that skill I granted you earlier to increase your own base of mana control. By the time we're done here, you'll be able to do what I just did without using my shared power. Chapter 484. Hours pass. I have my body double periodically dungeon walk back to the town to check on the energy readings to see if Maria has woken up from her rank-up process, but no signs of her completing it have come back. Meanwhile, my method of sharing mana control with these recruits to boost their abilities is working very well. Some of them still don't have the speed and raw power to kill level 400 monsters with elite-level mana control just yet, but when working as a team, many of them are able to take these berserker giants down. They rotate who gets the final strike to absorb MCP evenly. The millions of MP worth of progress after each kill is equal to training with an elemental skill for days or even weeks on end at their level. However, they're managing to get this mana control experience without even having elemental skills. Plus, the rest times and built-up fatigue that is needed after normal mana control training is not necessary either. My body double as well as me and my real body are constantly watching the battles unfold to block any fatal strikes before they happen and monitor everyone's progress. I even switch my shared skill from absorption to mana manipulation a few times in order to let some slower learners get a feel for what mana shielding should look and feel like when they do it naturally. Over 4.5 hours pass since we started. Maria still has not woken up from her rank-up process, meaning she's been unconscious for over double as long as the others were. In this time, all recruits of the Flame Emperor's army have made it to levels 400 to 410, and can defeat berserker giants with ease while using the combination of my shared mana control and their own. By constantly absorbing the MCP of monsters higher level than their own using my unique skill, they have all managed to bring their own mana control bases up to that of an elite at the association. They just don't know it yet. I'm sure if they went in as teams of 3 to 5, they would be able to take on the 20th floor boss now. However, pushing them all up to high floors right now is not my next plan of action. I deactivate my power share with everyone so they can feel what their own non-artificially buffed strength feels like. The final stage of your preparations will commence now. You will all hone your skills and get used to your new level of power. I leave my body double with them to fight the berserker giants one-on-one. Now it is time for them to come up with their own unique ways of wielding mana control while fighting. It's not all about teamwork and getting EXP. They'll begin maximizing their mana density and efficiency to kill while fighting solo. As my double informs them of this, and begins to spread out to find newly spawned berserkers to train with, I motion for Luna to come over to me and show me what she's learned so far. We don't travel far until I find a monster for her to show her skills. Her speed, strength, and defense are on much higher levels than these low-level monsters, given that she's ranked up twice already. However, her mana control has progressed just like everyone else's, and I watch her make simple mana barriers while imbuing her blades with mana as well. The chi in her core from Monk awakening her the other day stays dormant. It may be able to be used once her natural energy control increases over time. Good. I'll go get the others that show promise and move on to a private training session. I fly back over to the groups of people fighting under the watch of my double and pick out the 3 element users that wield fire, wind, and earth. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Rachel, Andy, Francis, come with me. They follow my words, and I immediately teleport them to the 30th floor near the outer edge of the mountainous forest section of the Wyvern's dungeon. Everything in this dungeon is level 550 to 750. We've jumped up over 10 floors because I need to expedite their training. An earth wyvern comes soaring down from the sky, and I speak up, pointing at it. This is a ranked-up monster. Who is prepared to take it on first? They all stare at the creature summoning spears of earth around its body and dive bombing us at high speeds. Only one of them steps up to my challenge without thinking twice. It's the orange-haired woman named Rachel. She bursts into flames and points her sword coated in a thin layer of her own natural mana, shielding at the monster that is clearly far superior to herself in pure strength and magic. I share my absorption skill with her again, then activate my power-sharing perk as well, giving her exclusively 10% of my mana control. As the ranked-up buff transfers it over, the flames around her grow larger while her mana control base is artificially boosted by far over 1 billion MP. I take a step back and watch her swing her sword upward and slice the ranked-up earth wyvern in half before it touches the floor. Her flames continue to expand, bursting out over 10 meters on all sides and glowing dark crimson, almost black. Leveling notifications ring in her ears while she absorbs millions of MCP from a single kill. The other team members standing by watch wide-eyed with excitement and awe, and our private training session begins. One by one, I share this power with each of them so they can get their own kills and slowly work toward the center of the Wyvern dungeon. A full 2 hours pass of teleporting them around the ring to absorb hundreds of millions of MCP. The 3 squad leaders become much closer while fighting side by side, and Luna starts to talk with them a bit too. Luna's mana control improves drastically, allowing her to contend with wyverns without my help by the end of this training. The element users are capable of taking on the lower-level wyverns by themselves too. I don't think they're capable of actually defeating the boss in this dungeon yet, not even as a team, but their progress has come very far. All 3 of them managed to hit level 500 and rank up in no time. The Earth and Wind users awaken ultimate abilities called Fortress of Stone and Unbreakable Wind Prison, while the Fire user awakens a unique offensive buff called Firestorm. After I finally get them all just past level 600 so they can upgrade their elements to extreme grade, my body double blips in to tell me some news. Surprisingly, it isn't the double that was watching the other recruits train. It is the one that was farming and collapsing dungeons with Ember. It's Maria. She's waking up. It blips away right after telling me. At this, I wrap up our training and bring everyone back to the exit of the Canyon of Dungeons. They all begin walking back to the town on the pathway, and I leave Luna and the 3 squad leaders with my body double in charge of getting them food and necessary materials from a spare warehouse and to get some proper rest. I fly over at max speed. Surprisingly, I don't sense any mana or chi coming from underground that isn't from the pods. However, I do sense 2 unexpected readings right outside the guild hall. Once I get back, I see the double that warned me as well as Ember in his human form leaning up against the side of the octagonal building. His long red hair flows in the light breeze before speaking up. I felt a soul energy awakening, so I decided to come and see the reveal myself. That is, as long as you're okay with your teammates seeing my true form. Soul energy users are capable of seeing more than meets the eye. He grins, and my heart starts to beat a bit faster while walking over to the bunker's hatch. That's fine. If they're strong enough to perceive you, they're ready to know the truth. If we'll be going all out in this war, it's better they find out sooner rather than later. He responds again while we come to a halt above the door. Plus, We finished collapsing another dungeon. You have just enough containment stones to charge that last pod up for yourself if you wish. I nod and open up the hatch. That's my plan. If you and Maria are strong enough to stand guard while I cultivate, I'll be entering the pod next. Ember, my double, and I walk down into the waves of chi and mana that flow out. I see Maria standing in the middle of the room looking down at her own body. She slowly waves her hands around in the air and her eyes track their movements. Ember stands beside me with his arms crossed and head continuously nodding while I try and use all of my perception skills to figure out what is going on. Her hair is silkier. Her skin is smoother, and it appears as if she's glowing with beauty. However, somehow she looks void of energy, just like the readings I get when I look at Ember. It's like a mana and chi suppression technique is activated that makes it impossible for me to see any energy. I do see a new buff on her status reading, awakened form of the ice goddess. But other than this, it's almost impossible for me to gauge her new strength. I speak up anyway. Welcome back. Over 6 hours awakening seems to have paid off. Your chi mastery has reached a level I'm unable to detect. She nods while continuing to look at her own body with wide eyes. Her gaze doesn't move anywhere else for almost 30 seconds before looking up and replying. This is. Her eyes halt on Ember and she stops speaking. She stares at him for equally as long, then turns to me. Your soul bonded with a dragon. Chapter 485. The words that escape her lips aren't exactly what I expected. Ember did mention she'd be able to see his true form, but I assumed he meant in the heart of battle. Or that she'd be able to perceive that he is a soul energy user too. I wasn't expecting her to see through his disguise the instant she awakened. However, it was within the realm of possibilities, so I calmly respond. I am. She immediately replies. And that red hydra's energy reeks on you too. I hope you get rid of the rest of it soon. Ember laughs and turns to me. See, I'm not the only one that thinks taking borrowed power is a bad idea. Especially from that old sorry excuse of a divine beast. He just wants to be a dragon so bad. But he never will. Ember rolls his eyes, and I'm clearly unaware that they can even sense this buff, although it's not even activated. Maria steps forward, still wide-eyed while taking in her new environment, but gets straight to the point. If you were waiting for me to become strong enough to guard you while you cultivate, I've reached that point. Ember nods and agrees. It is true. Maria is ready. We can guard the town while you're away. At this, I take out the last isolation pod and my double and I begin charging it up with all of the remaining containment stones. During the process, it transfers over one more fragment of luminite into my storage, making there 6 in total now. In return, I give the silver tablet that controls the walls and bunker hatch mechanisms to my double to hold on to while I'm inside. At this rate, my teammates will come out of their pods about 12 hours before me, so they need a way to exit the bunker. Maria speaks while this is happening. How many of the Dark Guards have soul energy of their own awakened? I assume they are far superior to that 5th guard I faced earlier today. I reply while setting a 48-hour timer on the pod in front of me with 48.121x dilation. Before I defeated the 2nd, it told me 3 of the Dark Guards have soul energy of their own, while many other servants only relied on the Dark One's power. She nods. So, most likely the 3rd and 1st. Ember pitches in. We can spar in the desert if you'd like some experience. This isn't my first time dealing with the Lich King after all. I can simulate the strength of its Dark Guards and give you some general soul energy pointers. Maria turns to Ember, and for the first time, I see a physical manifestation of energy emerge from her. A pure blue aura covers her hand and swirls around. In my senses, it feels like a seamless combination of mana and chi. I can't separate the two. They flow perfectly together and feel as if they've dissolved into one energy. It shows no source of where it's manifested from, swirling around her hand, then disappearing in the same manner back into her skin and away from my perception. That's a good idea. Let's train. I smile and step into the pod and turn to Ember. We're an open book. Tell her everything she needs to know to become stronger. I'll meet you on the battlefield once my own awakening is complete. The pod closes, and the room is left in silence for a moment. but my double speaks up to break the tension. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm gone, just my strongest version won't be available. Come on, I want to go watch you two spar. I turn to Maria. Especially you, that new ranked-up buff. I want to see what kind of form you awakened. All of them leave to go upstairs while I begin my 3-month training process inside the isolation pod. Immediately, I begin to start my cultivation process. The last time I did this was before I was ranked up a second time, and this time around there is far more dense mana in the air than just in a Titan's domain. In the white-walled room of the Titan's domain, a majority of the gained mana control came from plundering the walls and soaking in the energy from outside. In this isolation pod, billions of MP are being held in a concentrated point while circulating through the air in a confined space. There is a natural euphoric effect of these pods that makes me feel as if I'm floating in a cloud of energy and instantly relax. The fact that Ember and Maria are strong and capable enough to protect everyone while I'm here lets me forget about everything else and concentrate on this one task. I sit down in the lotus position in the center of the pod, and it feels as if I'm floating in midair while I start taking out over 90% of my chi pills to begin the oversaturation process. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Last time I did this, it was with less than 150 pills in a box almost the size of a small sports field. Now, I'm using double the pills and in a space that isn't even large enough for me to take a full step in any direction. After many hours of swallowing pills and letting the dense waves of white-hot chi fill the pod, the extreme difference in density of energy that fills the air compared to the last time I attempted this process is astounding. Just breathing in every few seconds and letting that chi circulate through my body feels like hours worth of cultivation in the Titan's domain goes by. I begin gathering chi in the same way I left off last time, putting up a denser chi barrier and circulating it all throughout my body while filtering in more and more new chi. Along with this, I continuously absorb the mana that leaks out from the top of the chamber. It lets me continuously activate my perception and stat-increasing buffs that stimulate my mana control's growth. The air around me feels like I'm bathing in a warm bath of pure energy, and every second I continue absorbing it, the stronger and more full of life I become. The rate at which my strength and power increases is on a level beyond that of anything I've felt before. Days pass, and the constant flow of energy keeps me awake and energized throughout the whole process. My mind is focused on one thing only, absorbing and processing all of the energy around me. There is nothing else to think about but finishing the task at hand. I prepare to ascend in my strength and ability over the next 3 months to heights I couldn't physically or mentally comprehend before entering this pod. Meanwhile, in the outside world through the eyes of my body double, Ember and Maria begin to train while the sun sets. The golden-orange rays disappear over the horizon of rolling sand dunes, while I watch a display of flowing blue soul energy freeze hundreds of meters of desert in a single slash of the sword. The block from Ember's light red manifested blades sends streaks of transparent, flowing fire rocketing back in the opposite direction that disintegrates massive valleys of sand. Their exchanges create whole new landscapes in the wide open desert. The two of them move so fast, it's almost impossible for my body double's eye to see. Without the use of chi in my current state, I'm unable to see the true power of these attacks other than their destructive aftermaths. One thing is for sure, this is all just a practice match, because neither Ember nor Maria used their true forms. Both of them just stay as humans and have a friendly spar. Irreversible damage has been done to the open desert, creating what looks like a 5 kilometers wide and deep canyon into the ground after only 10 minutes of fighting. Both of them come floating back to me once the sun has set with satisfied expressions, and we slowly make our way back to the town. Maria is the first to speak. So, Ember, why didn't you go into an isolation pod too? Don't you want to grow stronger? He replies, well, there's a short answer and a long answer to that. Maria shrugs. We have time. I nod. Yeah, I'd like to know too. Well, it's a bit more complicated than you'd think actually. He sighs and thinks to himself for a moment. All right, let's start from the beginning. Ember tells the story of how he woke up in the Titan's domain, hatched anew from an egg from a dungeon I'd plundered a while back. In creating a soul bond with me, a special kind of contract was formed after his rebirth. All immortal divine beasts like himself retain the power they've gained from every one of their past lives. However, the total release of that power is generally affected by different things depending on their circumstances, planet they're reborn on, and the era they're reborn into. Sometimes just gaining pure levels is enough to radically unlock their powers. Other times it's dependent on the number of enemies they have to kill. And in some cases there is a new skill entirely they're reborn with that dictates how this new life will be completely different. Ember's fate this life happened to be relying on me, the human that took him from his post as a labyrinth guardian. He finishes his story up just as we've made it back to the town, turning to Maria. So, to sum it all up, in this life as Jay grows stronger I do too. Whether that is by level, energy control, or new power boosting skills. Our system level is linked, but the correlation of raw power is dependent solely on how strong Jay becomes. It doesn't matter if I enter that pod and gain more energy control or raw power myself. It will add to my cumulative base, but my availability to that power will only become more pronounced as Jay grows as well. She responds. So what you're saying is maybe tomorrow once Jay has grown a bit stronger you can give me a real fight. Ember laughs while we all touch down in front of the guild hall. Most likely, yes. I can already feel my power growing. By tomorrow, you'll be able to use that ranked-up form on me without holding back. However, it might be a better idea to save your strength for the real enemies. True, good point. We check in on all facets of the town after this. My double that was doing surveillance updates me on the news. The construction team has finished their second small apartment complex and have moved on to the beginning processes of the manowired power systems, clean water processing for the underground streams, sewers, and tending to all of the personal small business requests from the townspeople. Over half of the building supplies are already used up, but Maurice said that this next project should take longer than the first. He'll give me a detailed list once they need more supplies. Based on their progress so far, I'll gladly give them whatever materials they need to continue expansion. My other double that has been managing the new army recruits comes back to me with Luna and reports that everyone is exhausted, but well-fed and resting. They should all be up and ready for anything in the morning. Luna has been doing routine checks with her ranked-up buff of the town's surroundings, and after her increase in mana control, the range of her awakened guardian's eye can now see up to 400 kilometers away during the day. Along with that, now that the sun has gone down, she tests out her eye of the last full moon that shines bright in the sky. It is over 3 times as bright and large as her other buff, and the pupil looks just like a full moon. It can see nearly 600 kilometers in all directions from where she stands, and has far better in-depth detail on mana readings and visuals than her other. With her periodically checking to see if there are any new movements from the direction of Sector 1, everyone feels very prepared, as will have hours of warning if they approach by foot. My doubles, Luna, Maria, and Ember all watch above the town as the night passes, and the rising sun comes again. Daily life in the town starts up as usual. The construction projects continue, normal citizens trade goods, settle into their new housing, and make new friends and business partners. The members of the army set off to train with my double in the canyon for team leaders to get used to their new strength. Along with this, the 3 elemental team leaders begin creating formations and battle strategies with the elite-level fighters that serve as troops under them. This allows them to work as a team and take out opponents on higher floors of the labyrinth that they're incapable of defeating alone. Back in the town, the humming of isolation pods in the bunker is muffled out by the laughter and normal daily lives of citizens settling into their new homes. The sun makes its full cycle, and the silence and peacefulness of the beautiful sunny day puts all of us on edge. Things are just too perfect. The day feels so eerie that not even Maria and Ember want to waste their energy sparring. They just stand on guard above the town. I don't blame them. The only thing I can think to do is continue counting down the hours and minutes before my teammates and real body awaken from their pods. As the sun fully sets, and Luna's eye of the last full moon illuminates the night sky again, I can only think that all of this is the calm before the storm. Chapter 486. The dead of night hits and we check on the isolation pods while Luna stares out into the desert. My teammates' pods say less than 4 hours remain, while my own pod is at just under 16. The tension from the uneventful day is eating away at the back of everyone's minds. However, Once we make our way back up to the surface during one of Luna's periodic scans of the open desert, she blurts out a startled remark to make all of our wildest suspicions come true. "They're here. They're really here." Her enormous eye blinks shut and disappears in the night sky, and her face is visibly distraught. I fly over to her with Ember and Maria nearby. "What did you see? Describe it as best you can." "Everything." She stares up at the sky again with shock on her face. "Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, or dash." The massive white eye in the sky with a full moon for its pupil manifests again, and she begins to describe what she can see. "At least 1,000, yes, maybe more. They're all disgusting creatures. I've never seen anything like this. They look like white-skinned zombies, and floating skeletons with black robes, and 3 more of those dark suits of armor." She gulps and looks at all of us while the eye in the sky disappears again. "The Dark One's army. It's finally here." Her descriptions sound just like ghouls, wraiths, and the 3 dark guards that remain. The range at which her perception skills can see during the night is just about 600 kilometers, so I pose the next question. How fast are they moving? How much time do we have before they're here? Luna looks at the ground to concentrate, and the bright white eye in the sky pulses. "They're moving fast. Maybe 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. They'll definitely be here before you make it out of your pod." I nod and think to myself while Maria speaks up next. "Well, why don't I go out there with Ember and take care of things? I'm sure the army of ghouls and wraiths won't be an issue for us. Even your body doubles without chi may be able to fend them off fine. The only real opponents for us would be the 3 remaining dark guards." I reply, "You're right, that's a good option. It's what we'll have to do eventually. Confronting them before my 16-hour timer hits 0 is inevitable, but waiting 4 more hours for the others to awaken is a more reasonable thing to do." Ember nods. "From what you told me about the 2nd-ranked Dark Guard, and my past knowledge, the 1st-ranked Dark Guard will be well over level 2000. Not to mention the potential that the Lich King itself is most likely observing its army in the shadows." He turns to Maria. "We may be able to fend it off the main forces right now, but we have no pure data to back things up yet. We need to stall them and send out a scout in the meantime." I interject, "On it. I might as well go and check things out under a stealth veil to get some info. I have 3 tries if they somehow manage to catch me anyway. By this, I mean I have 2 other doubles left behind in this town. It would make the most sense for me to try and get valuable info on the approaching army while everyone stays safe here and the others wait to get out of their pods." Everyone agrees, and I activate my skill to become invisible before flying off into the desert. I'm able to push my speeds up far faster than the army is approaching and reach their location in less than an hour and a half. Once the army comes into my senses, I perceive exactly what Luna described. Under the darkness of night, all the naked I can see is a wave of approaching orange energy. Using my inspect and appraisal skill, this energy has Curse of the Lich King stained on everyone's status, and the cloud of leftover soul energy that trails behind the charging army stretches even further off into the night. Their levels, oddly enough, range from lower 100-200s up to 500-600s. At first, it confuses me because I remember only seeing the top-tier ghouls in the fight arena, but as the army that stretches over 3 kilometers wide approaches a small desert village, I understand where these weaker ghouls are coming from. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. One of the dark guards in its suits of appraisal blocking armor drops an orange crystal in front of the tiny village as they approach, and the same effects that I witnessed beneath the fight ring a few days back commence. Many people sleeping in their homes are hit with this wave of soul energy, and their bodies are completely consumed by its power. I witness a gruesome event of people being burned alive and taken over by this orange energy, then see their bodies be rebuilt with the infinite regeneration process of the ghouls. Their status and individuality are wiped clean away, and the curse mark shows in their buffs. As the army tramples over the tiny village, those who were infected by that orange crystal join the charge as mindless monsters in the growing army. Floating above the front-facing force of ghouls are skeletal wraiths just like the ones I faced in the arena and the ones that accompanied the 7th-ranked Dark Guard when I first fought it. They're all between level 600 and 999. Some of them give off very odd energy readings, but their status screens are completely wiped all the same. I count about a dozen. Lastly, there are the 3 dark guards. 2 of them float above the right and left flanks of the charging troops. One of these was the guard that dropped the orange stone. I can't see any clear indications of what ranks these guards are, but my best guess is that this is number 3 and 4. I attempt to break through their gear's privacy enchants multiple times, but from the safe distance away in the sky, it's impossible to break through. If I get any closer or push my mana control any further, it may break through my stealth skill and give up my location. Visuals are all I can count on for now. Far behind the entire approaching force is a final dark guard that floats calmly in the sky leading the charge. I assume that this is the first-ranked dark guard. At this, I turn around and speed back to the town with all of the information I have to offer. The sun begins to rise as I make it back to town. I hold off on giving everyone a full update because when we go down to the bunker, it's just about time for the clocks on my teammates' pods to hit midnight. When the doors open on their own, the same violent stabilization process happens, and I make sure to let these pods fall into my item storage before they have the chance to expel any of this chaotic energy. As each of them walks out, the room fills with mana and chi again. I can't sense exactly how much each of them has grown, but the remarks from Ember and Maria tell me everything I need to know. Ember speaks first. 1 more awakened. 1 on the verge, another with a unique breakthrough, and 2 who are very strong. Maria speaks next, looking Abby up and down with the same sparkling eyes that she looked at Ember with when she first awakened. You did it. Abby is looking at her new form and around the room in the same way Maria did 2 days ago. She can't keep her gaze off of her hands, and for some reason she's waving them around in the air like she's moving an invisible force. Her hair is glossier and longer, her skin is smoother, and her build is even more graceful and athletic. I cannot sense the extent of her new power, but Ember and Maria are impressed, so that's a good sign. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops once her gaze finally falls on Ember, and I can't help but to chuckle a bit. Ember promises to fill her in on the details of his true form after they leave this bunker, and she accepts the absurdity rather quickly. Less than half a minute later, she begins to get a feel for her new soul energy awakening. Abby makes her entire body glow in a bright green light for a few seconds before deactivating it. Her eyes stay glowing bright green for a few seconds after the light ceases, and I wonder what special properties she's gained. The next to begin getting attention is Ari. He looks taller, more handsome, and has smoother skin as well. Luna is the first to approach and speak to him. Ari, your chi barrier, it's intertwined with mana and something else. It's like they're mixing together. What is this? He smiles and replies, it's the beginning of another breakthrough. Ember adds to it. Indeed, it seems there's going to be more energy than just chi and mana intertwined in your breakthrough once it happens. What a peculiar reading. He turns to all of us. Whatever it may be, I'm no longer the fighter I was when I entered that pod. That was a major power-up. He turns to Monk, then back to us. If you think my power-ups are unique, look at Monk's. That shielding is made of pure chi. Not a hint of mana is intertwined, and it's not by accident. It's like you ignored working on your mana control this whole time and only absorbed chi. He nods while staring forward with a very serious expression. That's right. I have perfected the first form of my old master's teachings. I am ready for battle. Ari raises an eyebrow, but Ember's next words make everything a little more clear. It seems he's done exactly as you said. A unique kind of chi awakening, one that ignores the help of mana control and builds upon itself. Ember's eyes squint, then he shrugs. An odd method, but I've read text of the originators doing such a thing. I've never seen anyone actually try to achieve its final form. He nods. You're on your way. Impressive start. Monk breaks his serious expression and smiles while giving Ember a slight bow. Then, Fisher and Lydia step forward next with confident expressions, admiring their physical changes and testing their chi barriers against each other in the back of the training room. From what I can tell, they haven't begun awakening their soul energy at all yet. However, their chi barriers have reached the point where they have far surpassed their former states and can suppress their mana to outsiders like my body double without a chi sense. I allow everyone to settle in for a few minutes, then speak up myself. I'm glad you all had a productive gathering process, but the Dark One's army is here. My gaze turns to the pod with my main body in it, showing just under 12 hours remaining. It should arrive in town in less than 8 hours, so if we want to stop them before they get here, you'll need to fight the forces that are arriving now on your own. What do you say we meet this army in the middle and test out all of your new abilities? I open the hatch to go up into the outside world after I get a unanimous round of nods. Great. Let me explain exactly what we're dealing with here. As the sun fully rises, and the people of the town wake up for another beautiful, bright, and sunny day, I recount the exact events of my scouting mission to all of my teammates. The approaching forces loom far beyond the horizon as we all come together to formulate a plan. Chapter 487. Just 20 minutes pass before we all agree on the plan of action, and begin floating over to the housing where the 37 members of the Flame Emperor's army are all waking up to get ready for another day of training. They're all greeted by a telepathy message directed into their heads. Today is the day that your training will finally be tested. We have an army approaching, and need your help to wage war. Less than 30 seconds after my message is sent, everyone shows up in the newly built city street in full armor, with weapons ready, and have item boxes stacked with potions. My other double is nearby, and it joins our ranks. This makes 2 of us. The last double is staying behind with Luna to watch my main body in the guild hall and trigger the isolation pod's override function if necessary. With her ranked up buff, she'll be able to get a clear visual of the battle even from here. Although her combat powers have improved a lot over the last few days, her abilities as a long-range overseer are far more valuable in this battle considering the circumstances. I give the newly trained recruits a short breakdown of the situation and assign them their roles on the task we're about to all carry out. Each of my teammates introduces themselves, and all of the trained recruits show them respect for being one of the top fighters by the Flame Emperor's side. We all fly up into the air in the direction of the approaching army. The 3 elemental squad leaders are able to match our movements by summoning mass, while the other elite fighters are capable of summoning mana beneath their footsteps and speeding through the sky in their own way too. Although we can't move as fast as we wish, all of us are capable of moving nearly twice as quick as the Dark One's army. We'll manage to meet them in the middle, a few hundred kilometers away from the town. Ari makes a quick stop near the edge of the abyss to farm demonic wolves while we begin our trek through the desert. Fisher and Lydia float on guard on both sides of the elite's army and get to know the elemental squad leaders. Leading their whole charge is one of my body doubles. Behind this group, Ari catches up with us and meets Abby and Monk behind the base of this triangular formation. Maria and Ember step through the sky on visible platforms of soul energy beneath their feet, following Ari, Monk, and Abby's white and green footsteps. Then finally, at the rear, my other body double continuously does scans of the desert around us to stay on course and double-check the dangerous forces approaching. A few hours pass as we make our way through the open desert. Hundreds of kilometers of rolling sand dunes pass us by, along with small villages, a few rogue dungeons, and unique landscapes like large rock formations and valleys. The further out we get, the more unique the terrain becomes. Sector 1 is a mountainous region with forests and a colder climate than the hot desert near the center of the Dark Continent, like where we're traveling from in Sector 2. So, the closer we get, the more random greenery like small trees and shrubs become more common. It isn't until we're less than 70 kilometers away from the Dark One's army that their energy readings and status numbers start to appear in my mind's eye again. I speak up to stop everyone from venturing any further as we approach the entrance between an enormous rock formation to our left side that stretches out a few kilometers into the desert. To our right, there is a deep ravine that looks like a series of enormous sinkholes have swallowed up a portion of the desert to make twisting caves in the rocky sandy ground. It, too, stretches out for many kilometers, making a natural V-like formation that if the Dark One's army continues on their trajectory, they will have to funnel through a small flat pathway about a kilometer wide between the 2 landmarks to continue their forward movement. However, if we move forward now, we would be the ones trapping ourselves with a narrow pathway to escape behind us. Of course, we can take to the sky and none of this matters, but the majority of the Dark One's troops are on the ground, so this is how I'd like to look at our army too. Forcing their troops to break their current formation and squeeze into a narrower path to fight seems like quite the geological advantage that I cannot pass up if it's right in front of me. Halt, everyone. We will wait here for their army to meet us. Everyone stops in the sky, and the elite-level warriors float to the floor with their elemental squad leaders next to one of my doubles to rest from the flyover. Fisher and Lydia are by their left and right sides, staring off into the distance between the mountains and deep ravine. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. The rest of us float in the sky and watch the cloud of orange mist begins to form on the horizon. Soon after, the sound of thousands of rumbling feet. Shaking the ground, they walk on echoes off the side of the small mountain range and through the deep valley. Everyone stares forward and begins powering up their skills, glowing in displays of blue, green, red, white, black, and white light all through the air and desert floor below. They all stand their ground as the enemy forces come into our line of sight. There's over 30% more ghouls in their army than I scouted out before, meaning more towns were destroyed and assimilated by that crystal contraption. The orange trail of soul energy eating up the golden desert in their wake is even more vibrant now, and I can see them without holding back my perception skills for the sake of hiding my location. Everyone else sees them too and holds their ground as they approach closer and closer. Over 5 minutes pass as they continue to charge forward. Not a single one of their forces tries to go around the mountain or the valley. They all come straight at us. I whisper under my breath, as confident as ever. Another few minutes pass as their forces begin to bunch together more, squeezing their 3 to 4 kilometers wide rectangular formation into a 1 kilometer wide line that will fit between the natural land barriers. As this happens, I see the 2 black suits of armor that hover over the right and left flanks of the troops break their formation to hover over the high mountains and deep valley. They leave their troops below unguarded in the interest of gaining a better height advantage to match our stronger troops that stay in the sky. I smile and speak up in a loud voice using my screech skill for everyone to hear. Begin phase 1 of our attack plan. Stall and destroy their main forces. Do not let a single one of them through this natural barrier between the mountains and the ravine. Protect us from the numbers below, and we will do our job to confront the dark guards above. My double, Fisher, Lydia, and the 37 troops of the Flame Emperor's army run forward into the mouth of the battlefield, leaving streaks of mana, various elements, and chi behind them. Fisher's full body glows bright blue, and he activates the new buff he obtained from ranking up a second time called Divine Water Serpent's Blessing. From almost 100 meters away from the front line of attacking ghouls, he swings his sword, and the mystical form of a 20m long serpent erupts from his aura and flies from his blade. Infused with mana and extreme grade water magic, the elegant attack cuts through the desert and collides with the glowing orange ghouls. It slices through dozens of them, overpowering the weaker troops' soul energy without even directly making contact with their bodies using chi. Many white-skinned ghouls are killed in a single blow. Simultaneously, Lydia activates her ranked-up buff called Spiritual Roar of the Ice Warrior, combining it with her extreme ice magic and swinging her curved blade. Her icy aura erupts from her sword and creates the enormous 10m tall manifestation of a white tiger, letting out a roar that freezes the desert floor as it charges forward in a physical form of her mana blade and makes contact with another section of the ghouls' front lines. They're frozen entirely and shattered to dust as the overpowering wave of mana hits them, taking out over a dozen troops with the blow of her own. Both of them charge right into the open paths that their destructive attacks have made, and the elite-level fighters follow close behind. They're confronted with level 100 to 200 ghouls on the front lines. They're faster, stronger, and more skilled fighters than these low-level creatures. However, the soul energy powering their movements is a whole different energy source than mana. It works by different rules, making far lower-leveled monsters a challenge against non-chi users. My double leads this charge, using mana blades of flames, ice, earth, lightning, water, and pure mana to show the effectiveness of completely overpowering these opponents. While they would have no hope defeating level 600 or higher ghouls without chi, The majority of the troops are not that high level. All borrowed soul energy users have a limit to their power. Overwhelm them and make them use it up entirely, and the battle is as good as over. Rachel is the first of the new recruits to show that this is possible, burning one of the ghouls to the ground in a series of slashes until it cannot get up again. The other element squad leaders show the troops following that it's possible too, and everyone begins to slice away at the ghouls while Fisher and Lydia fire off deadly shots from their ranked-up skills to do the heavy lifting. The more advanced ghouls and approaching wraiths will not be taken down by pure high-powered mana alone, but I'm confident Fisher and Lydia will be able to face that problem with their chi when it comes. The goal now is to hold off the troops here inside of the V formation to stall for time while the fighters above start their own battles. Maria and Ember both stare off into the distance, both now covering their eyes in dense layers of red and blue soul energy. They examine the dark guards that are ignoring their troops being obliterated below them and solely focus on the fighters up in the sky. There's 2 loud explosions that ring through our ears, but we also see beautiful visuals of white and purple light in the sky. The white light comes from the dark guard that sheds its armor above the mountainous landscape to our left. From here, it looks as if he's an old man in white robes. A pure white aura covers his body that matches his long flowing white beard. His head is shaved bald, and he has a white number 4 on the palm of his left hand. Monk immediately turns in this direction and speaks to us. That dark guard, he's mine. I will battle him. In my body doubles form, it isn't completely possible for me to gauge everyone's strengths, so I look to Ember and Maria for their opinion. Ember nods. Yes, you can handle him. It will be tough, but this is a good matchup. One I'm very interested to see. The corner of his mouth turns up. Then, Maria looks over to Abby and Ari, pointing toward the valley. The bright purple light fades and a woman with long black flowing hair, purple skin, red lips, an extremely curvy figure, and the tattoo of a number 3 between her neck and chest. You 2 can fight her. The same goes for that opponent. She will not be easy, but you can handle it. We all turn to the final dark guard that has not shown its true form and stays back, many kilometers behind its troops, patiently waiting for the battle to commence. I speak up while Monk, Ari, and Abby head off to confront the dark guards that have declared their positions above the battlefield. So, does that mean you'll be able to handle number 1? I point off in the distance, but there is no reply that comes back from either of them. They both stare at the figure in the black armor that floats in the sky. It doesn't look like it's going to enter the fight anytime soon, so I'm curious what they think of it. Ember finally speaks. I'm not sure. Whatever that isn't one person. There's more than one opponent in that armor. Maria nods but doesn't reply for a few seconds, examining it again. You're right. Whatever that is, it's nothing like any of the other dark guards. Chapter 488. Monk and the dark guard that looks like an old man in white robes are the first to confront each other in the air above the mountains to our left side. I can see the blue text hovering above the man's head in my inspect skill reading LV. 1602. White energy seeps out from Monk's body to match the color of the aura surrounding the old man. His own robes and skin turn bright white, and the 2 men in the sky look like they share the same power. For some reason, neither of them has any mana readings coming off of them, but there's a thick visible aura that keeps both of them floating in the air. The next words that come out of Monk's mouth while he clasps his hands together and bows make me realize what exactly is going on here. Master, it seems you are alive even after defending our temple from the Dark One. I am disgusted at that monster's actions, but thankful I'll get another chance to show you what I've learned of your teachings. A pulse of white energy comes off of Monk again, and the white light that surrounds him grows even further, seeping out from his core to create a ghost-like form of himself around his whole being. It is nearly twice as large as his own body and surrounds him entirely, mimicking his movements exactly as he comes up from his bow and gets into the fighting position. It looks like a more compact, pure white version of my Rising Emperor's greater form. At this, a pulse of white energy comes from the old man in the sky, and the same white aura comes out from his body to create a large white manifestation of himself, flowing long beard and all. The old man bows, but doesn't speak at first. The only difference with the old man's transformation is that once he comes up from his bow, his eyes glow bright orange and streaks of the Lich King's soul energy bleed through into his pure white form. He finally speaks up to Monk, but it sounds like his words are not easily mustered. My mind and body are not entirely my own. Your fate shall be tested in the strength you have gained. I cannot hold back. If you have not surpassed me, you will become a pawn of the Lich King, to play in the world's great game. The orange soul energy continues to infect the pure white form that the old man manifested, and the two lunge forward at each other with straight faces and tight fists. Both men collide and the crack of chi on chi echoes through the air, making the mountainous rock formations beneath them quiver. Many heads turn in their direction as two shock waves of white and orange light collide and erupt throughout the battlefield. Then again, over and over, their energy forms collide, matching fists and kicks back and forth while zipping through the sky. Every time they do, larger shockwaves are released through the air, and the orange energy that seeps into the old man's form flows faster and glows a deeper orange. A blur of energy fills the sky while loose rocks from the top of the formations below them crumble away, making avalanches from the repetitive shockwaves. It seems as if they're increasing the power of their blows after every attack, and their fighting style is identical. Neither of them is backing down, and they are both going on the full offensive. Down below, near the edges of the rock formations, the falling stone crushes many ghouls as they attempt to charge forward. The majority of them regenerate and climb out from the fallen rubble, but others are crushed by boulders so gigantic they cannot escape the death traps of stone. Screeches and cries come from these monsters that have fallen in the way of a Dark Guard's battle, while many other fights begin to unfold nearby as well. The elite-level fighters in the Flame Emperor's army fend off the hordes of ghouls, while the elemental squad leaders and my body double protect them from the stronger opponents that slip through the cracks. Meanwhile, Lydia and Fisher fly into the air to confront the wraiths that approach from the rear with black orbs of energy in their skeletal hands. I send them telepathic messages to let them know that the orange hearts of the wraiths are their weak points, and blue and white flashes of light fill the sky. The ranked-up buff energy manifestations of a serpent and tiger collide with their first approaching LV-881 wraith, and it is pushed backward while the two orbs of compacted soul energy explode in the air. The tail has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The wraith still flies forward at the two sword wielders in the sky, forming two new energy orbs. However, its attack is cut short when two chi-infused swords slice through its defenses, using the explosion of soul energy in the sky as a smokescreen for their true intentions. Fisher and Lydia kill the wraith in a single dual strike. Its bones and shattered core fall to the battlefield to be trampled by more approaching ghouls. The two A-ranked fighters scan their enemies and lock onto the four more nearby wraiths over level 900 that witnessed their fellow monster be slaughtered in an instant. They all fly higher in the sky with charged swords and black orbs of energy to continue their fight. Near the right barrier of the V-shaped battlefield, three figures hover over the deep ravine. The purple-skinned woman speaks up to Abby and Ari as they arrive before her to confront the third-ranked Dark Guard. Her eyes show shimmers of orange soul energy, but the aura that surrounds her body is a deep purple color that matches her skin. My doubles inspect skill picks up a LV-1790 rating on her status. My instincts when looking at her make my stomach churn and skin crawl. She's a beautiful woman, but even at this distance, I get the feeling that she's a very tricky and manipulative creature. I'm on guard even though I'm not even fighting her. Ari speaks up first as they approach. Whatever you are, you creep me out. He activates his ranked-up buff called Energy Form of the Ancient Archer, and 6 enormous arms made of swirling black energy erupt from his back. They're each many times larger than his normal arms, and the energy engulfs both of his actual arms and hands so he's able to finally control these manifestations. They tower over his body by nearly 4 meters. 3 on his right side all hold bows, and he turns his body to have them face the woman. The top one is bright white. It is loaded with a chi and mana-infused spirit arrow. It is not quite soul energy, but on the verge of awakening. The middle bow is jet black, and the energy arrow locked and loaded in this bow is made of pure demonic energy. It looks like the ball of energy ember is able to manifest outside his body, however, it is in the shape of a long sharp arrow. The final bow is shimmering gold. It is gripped tight by the bottom manifested hand, but there is no arrow loaded in it. Two of the hands on Ares' left side pull back the spirit and demonic arrows, keeping them pointed at the woman. She lets Ari power up while the purple energy around her grows denser, then replies in a calm manner. 6 arms? Not bad, but I can do better. She stares him in the eyes and gives a devious grin, then turns to Abby. It looks like the insects have finally come to play in my nest. It's time to feast. The purple energy around her grows even denser, making it hard to see her physical features, but only the outlines of her figure in a cloud of soul energy. Abby takes this initiative to put up a protective shielding of her own bright green soul energy around her body and manifests 2 spears of stone infused with soul energy in each of her hands, pointed at the dark guard. Her new ranked-up buff is not activated, and as I watch from afar, I question when she'll use it and how exactly Form of the Immortal Healer works and what it looks like when in full use. The instant she glows green, 8 bright purple threads of soul energy are shot out from the dark guard's hidden veil. 4 of them head toward Ari and the other 4 straight at Abby. 2 arrows are shot out from Ares' manifested bows. The bright white arrow that collides with the first purple thread snaps it in 2 and breaks its forward momentum before it even makes it halfway to him. The second black arrow makes contact with the thread and sends a shock wave down the entire attack. The purple thread does not burst into sparks like a normal mana attack would when making contact with demonic energy. This is because it's made of soul energy. However, it is engulfed in a wave of darkness and consumed entirely, disintegrating both the arrow and the thread it touched. Pure white chi fades into the air after both the demonic energy and mana are dissolved away. Ares' bows create brand new arrows once the 2 are released, and he spirit steps upward while sending out 2 more attacks at the remaining threads that follow him like heat-seeking missiles. Abby throws both of her stone spears forward, and they collide head-on with the endpoints of 2 of the purple threads. On impact, they're both split perfectly down the middle and shatter into energy in the air. She steps forward, leaving a trail of green light behind her, getting in between the last 2 remaining purple threads and letting her forearms covered in soul energy collide with the attacks. There's an enormous eruption of energy as the 2 forces collide, but in the end, the purple threads shatter just like the others. Ari destroys the 2 that have followed him up into the air as well, and both of them close in on the woman beneath the purple mist. Her voice rings out again with a smooth tone full of confidence. You 2 are strong food. I do like a good fight before a rewarding meal. The purple fog pulses with energy and her outline beneath it shines white, then begins to deform. Arms begin to grow from her back, just as they did from Ari moments ago. Instead of stopping at 6, she manifests 8. The extremities don't stop growing larger and unnaturally long. They gain more joints than a normal human's arm. At the same time, her human arms and legs begin to shrink away into the center of her body. Behind the mist, her entire body shifts and grows into a much larger creature. The outline of a spider forms, and it continues to grow. Its legs grow outward to over 5 meters in length each, but it doesn't stop there. Both Ari and Abby jump back and defend while far denser threads of purple soul energy erupt from the fog along with the head and many eyes of an enormous arachnid monstrosity. At the back of the battlefield, my double, Ember, and Maria continue to watch all of the main fights unfold. The last Dark Guard does not move a muscle either, watching from a few kilometers away at the back of the army. Back in the town, roughly 200 kilometers away, Luna watches the battle using her ranked-up buff and reports the updated events to my double that guards my main body. Deep underground in the bunker where only 1 isolation pod remains, the rumbling and humming sounds are increasing with every minute that passes. Through the tiny cracks in the seal near the containment system at the top of the pod, small amounts of mana and chi escape at a normal rate. However, there is also a faint dark red glow that leaks out, hinting that a unique awakening has begun. Chapter 489. On the battlefield, The loud cracks and shockwaves of chi and soul energy between Monk and his old master echo throughout the sky. Their rate of contact and intensity keeps rising, and they begin to land proper hits on each other too. It's not just blocking and equal force counter moves anymore. Monk is the first to take a heavy blow to the side, sending him flying downward into a rock wall, shattering it to pieces as his chi form destroys everything in its way. An entire rock structure crumbles beneath him as he jumps back up into the sky and continues the brawl. Just seconds later, he lands an attack of his own. A kick to the chest that sends the old man in white robes flying down toward the ground in the opposite direction. The same magnificent display unravels. An enormous 100-meter large cliffside is broken in two and crumbles away as the Chi Master, covered in soul energy, is thrown through it. He gets to his feet and flies back up into the sky as well, and their relentless attacks continue. Both of them are using the same technique I saw Monk use in the arena many times before. Every attack they throw is aiming to damage the other from the inside out. If the receiver of each blow does not have dense enough shielding up in the area they're being hit, the damage is immense. Both fighters exchange blows again and again, sending each other flying onto more cliffsides and rock formations, turning the small mountain range into an enormous pile of gravel. Each of them knows the severity of the attacks being thrown, and knows that neither of them can survive more than a dozen or so hits from the other. It is just a matter of who can land these hits first, keeping their cool, and releasing enough power to match and overwhelm their opponent in the end. It is a war of technique and pure energy capacity. It will be impossible for either of them to cheat the other. The strongest will win. Meanwhile, the avalanches of fallen rubble that crush the ghouls nearest to the mountain range are not slowing down at all. Dozens of enemies are killed by residue from this violent brawl in the sky, but not as many as the elites led by my body double and their elemental squad leaders. The recruits have found their stride, protecting the exit of the V-shaped battlefield with everything they have. Over 100 ghouls have been killed by the elites alone, and nearly 100 more have been burned, sliced, or crushed by the squad captains. Another 4 wraiths' orange hearts are crushed and their bones are scattered among the fallen ghouls in the battlefield below as Lydia and Fisher soar through the sky. About 10 wraiths remain, and every one of them gravitates to the center of the sky to make a circle around the 2 A-rank fighters with orbs of darkness in their hands. Enormous forms of a blue water serpent and an icy white tiger clash with these attacks, making soul energy and mana residue rain down onto the hordes of monsters below. Fisher imbues his blade with chi and lunges to the left. Lydia does the same, gripping her curved weapon saturated with chi, and lunges to the right. They each curve around in large semicircles high in the sky, leaving white streaks of energy behind them and slicing through 5 hearts each before meeting each other on the far side of the ring. The entire circle of wraiths is decimated in seconds, and their remains fall down to be trampled under the Dark One's army being slaughtered below. The 2 A-ranked fighters dive down, following the remains and start slashing through the mindless ghouls to make paths for the elites that approach. Above the ravine, the arachnids' legs stop growing once they reach roughly 10 meters each. It stretches out in all directions over 20 meters in total, and its half a dozen eyes track Ari and Abby as they step through the air, dodging the thick purple threads that form out of the soul energy that surrounds the creature. Each of the spider's long limbs manipulates a single thread at a time. It looks similar to a technique I'm able to use when activating mana manipulation, forming pure energy into razor-sharp strings of thread. However, by the looks of it, this monstrous being had a unique skill similar to this and uses it like a spider would its web. The long strings of soul energy thread continue to weave through the air in a seemingly random fashion, rocketing toward the archer and the healer while they use their offensive and defensive abilities to block. In the creature's human form, it took only 1 arrow of any kind for Ari to disrupt the flow of these threads, but now it takes him 2 to 3. The spirit arrows change the direct course of the purple attacks and slow their forward momentum, but multiple shots need to be fired now before the threads actually snap or splinter. The same goes for the demonic arrow. The top layer of the soul energy is dissolved, and the mana inside of that layer is eaten away, releasing pure chi into the air. However, the inner core of even denser purple energy remains. It takes multiple arrows to break it down to its thinner parts and destroy the actual attack. Meanwhile, he still has to evade the other two threads with extremely fine and calculated precision. Unauthorized duplication. This tail has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Abby steps through the air with her gaze locked on the spider's many eyes. The green soul energy surrounding her body grows denser and denser, and she takes the spider head-on without any fear. Green and purple explosions release energy into the air as she punches through the threads with her fists alone. It seems as if her attacks are much stronger than before because they are doing the same amount of damage to these new and improved threads as they did to the lower-powered ones in the Dark Guard's human form. This is happening because, just like a chi barrier or mana shielding, Abby is focusing a majority of her offensive soul energy into her fists, feet, and eyes. This is boosting her attack strength, agility, and perception. She's able to easily evade and counteract the 4 purple tendrils of energy that continuously reform and attack her, but is forced to stay a distance away because the closer to the spider she gets, the faster and more precise the movements of these soul energy threads become. She knows this, and Ari picks up on it too after destroying another 2 threads. He's the only one capable of sending in long-range attacks. Continuously dodging and blocking from a distance will only tire the 2 of them out and make it harder to fight the longer the battle stretches on. I'll have to use it now then. There's no better time. He whispers to himself while the 3rd arm of his ranked-up buff moves toward the golden bow without an arrow. He yells out to Abby, "Cover me. I need a few seconds." Abby's fists glow even brighter green, and she sends off a large number of weak soul energy spears as distractions for the spider's threads to move away from Ari and block Abby's incoming attack. On it! They shatter all of her spears, but shift the battle as Abby's speed nearly doubles while she gets closer and closer to the spider's body. Her fists move so fast, clashing with 8 threads at a time, and they move in on her like a circular cage, trapping her inside like prey only able to block and disrupt a few threads at a time. Every time one is destroyed, more form from the arachnid's limbs, and it appears she's really in a tough spot, unable to escape. However, she threw herself into this situation. It was clear that this would happen, and the stone-cold, calculated expression on her face shows that she is still in control. She yells back to Ari, "Do it! I have a plan. Don't worry about me." The golden bow glows, and on its string, 4 energies begin to form and spin together. There is pure mana, dense chi, demonic energy, and the red essence of everything remaining from the Red Hydra's buff. It begins to spark, vibrate, and hum as the energies have a hard time getting along, but an invisible force keeps them together. Immense amounts of these energies, far stronger than the base-level arrows he shot previously, come together and form a swirling manifestation of an arrow. Then a shell of golden light begins to cover it. The arrow looks just like the bow and is buzzing loudly while violently shaking, yet staying in place and contained by the golden casing. Ari pulls it back and aims right at the spider's head. He releases the arrow, and it soars through the air. At the same time, the 8 threads that surround Abby collapse in on her, and there's an enormous flash of green light that erupts from inside the mass-crushing prison of purple soul energy. The spider lets out a screech that sounds like malicious joy, as it thinks it's crushed the girl to death. So, it moves 2 of its limbs covered in purple energy in the way of Ares' arrow to block the brunt of the blow. On contact, the golden casing of the arrow melts away, and the release of pent-up vibrating energy rips through both of its limbs, tearing them off its body to only leave stubs behind. This release does, however, change the trajectory of the attack, and it misses the spider's head, but blows a large hole through its side, making flesh leak out while the spider's eyes open wide. It screeches again, this time full of agony and anger rather than joy. A static telepathic link opens between the arachnid and Ari as it yells at him. "Food should know its place. I'm down to 6 arms because of you. We are not the same. We are not. Your friend is dead, and you are next. You've missed your one and only chance." It begins to untighten its prison dome-like grip of its purple threads around the portion of sky where Abby once was. But the instant she does this, a bright green glow comes from the cracks. All of the spider's eyes open even wider and it moves backward in the sky when it sees a glowing green body emerge. It doesn't look like the green soul energy that surrounded Abby's body a moment ago. It looks as if the body itself is made of this energy, and there isn't a scratch on her. Abby has activated her ranked-up buff, form of the Immortal Healer. It just looks like her silhouette is floating in the sky, glowing light green, almost to the point where it looks white. The arachnid sends its 6 remaining controllable threads flying her way, but Abby doesn't even try to dodge them. The purple soul energy tendrils make contact with her body and phase right through. No damage is done at all. Abby floats closer and closer to the spider, and it retreats down into the ravine while mercilessly attacking Abby with everything it's got. Nothing works. It's like the creature is attacking a hologram that cannot be damaged. She drives the monster down into the ravine and manifests a large green spear in her right hand, slowly bringing it above her head. In the same moment, Ari follows downward from a distance, using this second distraction to charge up his golden bow again. At the back of the battlefield, the last dark guard watches and waits. Muffled tones come from within its armor, sounding like it is having a conversation with itself. This is not the direction the war should be going. Shall we do something about it? We can kill every last one of them right now, come on. Let me out. Patience is key. We can kill everyone that is fighting, this is true. However, our real opponents are watching the battles unfold just like us. The Dark Guard points forward at Maria and Ember. Then its voices continue to have a conversation with itself beneath the armor. They do look rather formidable. Come on, they're nowhere near our level. One of them feels like they just awakened before this battle. They have no experience in our realm. Yeah, I can kill them, boss. Let me at them. The woman's soul energy is very new, yes. However, her potential for power feels bottomless. I wouldn't underestimate her. Also, this Flame Emperor we were told about, we were not warned he was a dragon. Something about that one feels very odd. I will be the one to battle him. They continue to argue about who gets to fight who, but eventually settle on opponents. Across the battlefield, Maria and Ember continue to stare at the armor until it finally moves. The right hand of the Black Knight reaches for its helmet and takes it off, letting it fall down to the chaos below. For green eyes on one face with orange number 1S marked in each of their pupils stare across the desert. It sends waves of natural intimidation for kilometers in every direction. Each eye shows their own reading in my inspect skill. LV 2588. LV 2588. LV 2588. LV 2588. Ember's whole body begins to glow with a light red aura, more intense than anything I witnessed him show off during the sparring session earlier. At the same time, Maria becomes covered in a dense blue layer of soul energy too. The air around us drops in temperature drastically when she pulls out her sword. Both of them analyze the opponent that just made themselves known and prepare to fight the strongest Dark Guard. Chapter 490. The Dark Guard shreds the rest of its armor, revealing a dark gray-skinned man standing over 3 meters tall with considerable muscle mass, staring across the battlefield with 4 green eyes, each labeled with an orange glowing number. Even underneath the black armor, this monster wears skin-tight silver plating on its chest, arms, and legs, but its bulging muscles and veins are hardly restrained by it. A dangerous aura radiates through the air, and even without my inspect skill telling me there are 4 ratings on this being, it already feels like there is more than one monster containing the mind that is sending mental attacks our way. Its entire body radiates a dark gray energy, and the silver armor left on it glows orange just like the numbers in its eyes. The light around it grows brighter and brighter until it engulfs its whole body. Meanwhile, Maria and Ember float upward. Ember speaks up, turning back to me. It will be a tough fight, but we can handle this. Your main body's power is growing steadily. I can feel my own power being gradually unlocked as it does. However, I cannot sense the Dark One's presence anywhere. I do not know when it will strike. We need you here before it does. I nod, looking up to the sky where I know my double and Luna are watching, but I don't give them any signs to open my capsule yet. If Ember and Maria can handle this creature on their own, every extra minute they can hold it off is just under another hour my main body gets to gather power. Understood. Ember pulses red, grins, and turns back toward the guard. You don't have to worry about me. I'll win. Maria's soul energy grows denser and bluer around her too, and she looks back at me. We've got this. I clasp my hands and nod back to her with a relaxed expression. I know. Show me what you've got. In the same moment, I open up a telepathy channel for all three of us, so that we can easily communicate moving forward. She smiles, and the soul energy around her glows even brighter when she turns her back to me. Both of them speed forward in the sky toward the large mass of glowing soul energy where the Dark Guard stood moments ago. It looks as if it's shifting and deforming. The glow becomes much wider, and using my inspect skill, I can see that the LV 2588 that hovers over each one of its eyes is getting further apart. The glow becomes many times larger than its original form, but finally fades and reveals quite the sight behind when it disappears. There are 4 men that look exactly the same as the guard that stood there before. Their skin is dark gray, their heads are bald, their muscles are bulging, and their silver armor still hums with an orange light around it. However, there are 2 key differences in each of them. The first is that each body only has 1 eye in the center of its forehead. They've separated into Cyclops creatures, and all share the same energy output as their original body did moments ago. The second difference is their weapons. They each carry very unique artifacts that seem to be made of the same metallic material, and glowing orange with the Lich King's soul energy. Far on the left, the first creature holds an enormous spiked club. Next to it, the Cyclops to its side has metal fixtures on its hands that appear to be some kind of cannons. To its side, the next monster has an enormous shield with a skull on the front. Then finally, all the way to the right, the final gray-skinned creature carries a long, elegant sword. He keeps by his side while scanning the battlefield with his single eye. This one gives off the most eerie aura. All of them stare forward as Maria and Ember continue to approach, then split off into 2 groups of 2. The guard with the club and cannons both lunge off to the left side while the sword and shield move off to the right. Maria speaks up through the telepathy link while turning to change her trajectory to the left. Looks like they've already begun. Ember turns his body to the right and locks his gaze on the humanoid monsters with a shield and long sword. They have, call if you're in a pinch. Same goes for you. In blue and red streaks of light, they both rocket off toward the enemies that separate themselves over the war below. Trails of gray and orange energy are left behind the 4 parts of the first-ranked Dark Guard, and with the ice and fire trailing behind Maria and Ember, it looks like an enormous circle is being drawn in the sky. Both of the points are destined to meet in the air, roughly a kilometer above the battles of the 3rd and 4th-ranked Dark Guards. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. I watch from afar as their glows get brighter and they get closer. Time feels as if it's slowing down while the incredible forces clash. The dense soul energy around Maria's sword clashes directly against the enormous spiked club of the guard that leads the charge on her portion of the battle above the Rocky Mountains below. Both of them stop in the air, many meters apart without physically touching. Their soul energy auras battle it out in the sky. Immense shockwaves ripple off the display. The blue waves of light spread ice wherever they make contact, and the orange waves ripple back, attempting to melt through energy and mass wherever it can. Neither of them budge, as it seems their magic power is even. After a full second of pushing back and forth, the spiked club begins to push its way through the blue light, even though ice crystals form all over it and begin to creep down the Cyclops' wrists and arms. It still pushes forward, yelling out loud in a manic tone. You're mine. The newly awakened. She's all mine. Maria sees where this initial exchange is going if she doesn't step things up. Her magic power may be stronger in this base form, but this mutated monster most definitely has a brute strength advantage. Her whole body begins to glow bright blue, almost white, as she starts to activate her first ranked-up buff, Ice Age. However, The guard that comes flying in from behind shimmers in an orange light as bright beams of soul energy come rocketing out from its arms right where its hands should be. You're not getting an attack off that easy. As the hot orange lasers come flying her way, she shifts the focus of her ranked-up buff's energy attack and twists her body out of the way to avoid both of the lasers and the downward swing of the spiked club. Using her advantage of speed and agility, while still up close, she sends a slash of ice-imbued soul energy at the monster's side. It makes contact with its silver armor and upper left shoulder. There's a loud cracking sound as the blue energy damages the silver metal, and the dense ice attack freezes its entire left arm down from its shoulder to its hand. The creature is forced to jump back and only hold its heavy club with its right hand while it loses feeling in its left side. Another round of lasers are blasted toward Maria by the creature coming from the opposite direction. These beams of soul energy are far stronger than the energy that surrounded the club user, so she doesn't hesitate to dodge these, but still slips in a weaker energy slash right at the fragile arm before flying away. She backs up and goes on the defensive while the attack hits and the monster's arm shatters into a million tiny pieces. The dark guard with lasers on its hands sends another barrage of attacks for Maria to strategically dodge in the air while it yells at its battle partner. "You idiot! It's going to take us forever to grow that mass back. Did you listen to anything the boss said? Don't underestimate her." At the same time, Ember makes contact with the dark guard on his side of the battle hovering over the deep ravine. He manifests a long sword made of light red energy and clashes with the enormous silver shield that creates a dome of orange soul energy around both it and the sword wielder behind it. Ember channels more soul energy from his inner being into the manifested sword, and it begins to make the barrier around the two guards vibrate and ripple. Then, moments later, a tear in the orange dome forms as Ember's soul energy begins to melt it away. His manifested blade makes contact with the guard's shield, and the same effect follows. The orange veil around the shield disappears into thin air, and the metal of the shield itself begins to melt. The guard jumps backward, and a large slash is left across the skull that was on the shield. The dome of soul energy that protected the two guards dissipates as the one casting it retreats. "As you believed, boss. This one is not normal." From behind, the guard holding a long silver sword, that the shield holder calls boss, jumps forward and engages with Ember next. Its one glows bright in its eye, and the orange energy around its own sword glows far brighter than any of the other guards on this battlefield. Its blade clashes with Ember's red manifested sword to create an X, and release vibrations of energy that shake the ground and disturb the air for many kilometers in every direction. They look at each other face to face. The green eye of the dark guard stares straight into Ember's emotionless crimson gaze. The guard's teeth are clenched tight as it pushes its blade forward with all of its strength, while the corner of Ember's lips stay permanently turned up. He pushes back while analyzing this monster's strengths and weaknesses, waiting for it to make the next move so he can end this battle in the most efficient way possible. Both parties are formidable and have nearly equivalent physical strength. However, Ember's confidence is his advantage. His true form is visible only to soul energy users that dare to look his way. He is like a force of nature that stares through the dark guard's soul. The dark guard speaks. "So, you are the pest that has been chipping away at our forces and slowing down the advance of the Dark One. I will do everything in my power to make sure our ruler is the one who becomes the next demon lord." There's a pause while shock waves continue to radiate through the air. Ember's red sword glows brighter and brighter, to the point where it begins to melt away the dense soul energy surrounding this guard's sword. His crimson eyes pulse and glow, showing anyone that looks into them the manifestation of a black fire dragon made of energy beyond their comprehension. It is a window into the bottomless power that is trapped within him. Only drops are what leak out. That's the limited power he is using now. The dark guard jumps backward at the sight. His natural instincts to run force his body to move without any decision from his conscious mind. Ember swings his sword across his body, releasing a blood-red slash, and replies, "The seat on that throne does not belong to the Lich King. I will make sure of that." The energy rockets through the air, and with no time to dodge, the dark guard readies his sword while allowing his body to glow in a bright white light. Its sword grows longer and its muscles start to shift and grow larger as well. Simultaneously, from behind the white glowing silhouette of the evolving swordsman, the dark guard holding its shield comes from behind and puts up its dome of defenses again. An orange barrier is manifested around both of them and is held by the guard with the shield. The supercharged Crimson Slash makes contact with the outer edge of the barrier for a fraction of a second, but melts through even faster than the sword did before. Crashes into the silver shield, and it's split in two instantly. Next, the Crimson Slash makes contact with the chest plate of the armored guard, and it's sliced through like butter. The guard doesn't even get to react. The gray soul energy that surrounds its body doesn't stand a chance against this crimson strike either. It seems to be defying the natural logic of soul energy, becoming not only denser but also stronger as it soars through the air. It melts through and disintegrates everything it touches. The creature is split in two, releasing enormous amounts of dark gray energy, killing it on the spot. The slash continues its path toward the white glowing and expanding guard behind it. However, instead of staying on its straight and unmovable path, a long silver sword collides with the unstoppable strike and deflects it with a single swing. The red crescent flies off into the open desert at mind-numbing speeds and disappears while the white silhouette of the boss of the strongest dark guards grows into its greater form. Back in the underground bunker, more and more dark red light seeps out from the cracks in the isolation pod. A ringing notification sounds in my main body's inner ear from the level transfer perk of our soul bond. This is the experience gained from Ember killing the shield user. Level up, X219. This brings my main body's level to 1382. This increase in power makes the red energy pulse and flow out at an even greater rate. The entire underground bunker begins to fill with chi and mana intertwined with each other, stained dark red. The pod vibrates and makes the shielding in the room hum and react to its energy output. A very unique soul energy awakening is taking place inside. Chapter 491. The massive arachnid monster falls into the ravine with its two severed limbs by its side. Both Abby and Ari follow it downward with their weapons poised to kill. The tendrils of purple soul energy still violently pierce through Abby's vital points, but they phase through her heart, head, and stomach as if nothing is hitting her at all. The bright light green glow of her form of the immortal healer ensures her physical body cannot take any damage at all. Everything the spider throws at her feels like nothing but a passing breeze as Abby gets closer and closer with her glowing green spear of manifested rock raised above her head. She is in the perfect striking range but hasn't released any attacks just yet. Behind her, less than 20 meters away, Ari charges up another one of his golden arrows. This is the attack that severed two of its limbs before and left a large gaping hole in the monster's side. He yells out as all three of them fall into the darkness of the ravine and approach the depths of the desert floor deep below. I have another attack ready. Abby, give me some room to let it fly. She continues taking hits from the spider and forcing it to retreat downward. The monster is only moving away to avoid being stabbed through with the enormous glowing spear. However, Abby yells back with an unexpected reply. Shoot it now if you have the shot. Right through me. Ari's eyes widen at these words, but he doesn't hesitate to release the tension of the shimmering string holding the golden arrow. The only thing between Ari and the spider's main body is the 6 soul energy threads and Abby. The shimmering arrow rips through the air, then makes a direct hit with Abby's back, just as she asked. Like all of the soul energy attacks from the monster, this too phases through her without shifting her form at all. The golden arrow comes out of Abby's green glowing chest and shatters all of the purple tendrils that attack her without even breaking the golden outer shell. It rockets down toward the spider's main body, and it reacts by directing its remaining limbs and energy threads to block just as it did before. Abby takes this moment free from the arachnid's merciless attacks to jump to the opposite side of its body, and her bright green energy form begins to flicker and pulse. She deactivates the form of the immortal healer and throws the stone spear covered in her offensive soul energy directly at the other side of the spider's body. The golden arrow's outer shell begins to melt away and tear through 2 more of the creature's remaining arms before leaving another enormous hole in its side. The creature begins to screech and cry while blood gushes out from it, then is speared all the way through with a green glowing weapon. Another 2 of its remaining limbs are sliced away in this attack, leaving only 1 limb remaining on each side. It directs one of its last purple threads of soul energy at the woman who floats right above her head, pulling enchanted daggers from her sides. As Abby releases 2 slashes of pure soul energy directed at the spider's head, a final 2 threads of purple energy with all of the 3rd-ranked Dark Guard's remaining strength are thrust forward. One is aimed at her chest. It breaks through the soul energy shielding and creates an explosion of energy that pushes the spider down further into the ravine and Abby back up into the air. The other purple thread aims for Ari, but it is further away so he has time to react, sending spirit and demonic arrows its way to slow it down. The collision of Abby's 2 full-powered soul energy slashes makes contact with the creature's head and slices its brain into 4 even pieces in an X pattern, then rips through its main body as well, melting through its organs and piercing its heart. The moment this attack makes contact and finishes slicing through, Abby reactivates her form of the Immortal Healer buff and her body glows bright green again, unable to be injured by the aftereffects of the purple tendril of soul energy thread following her upward through the sky. Ari, on the other hand, has shot over 3 of each of his arrows at the last remaining thread, yet it hasn't even shrunk to half of its size. He fends it off as much as he can, but at the rate of its upward momentum, it is aimed to hit his heart before he'll be able to fully take it out. A loud echoing thud can be heard at the bottom of the ravine. At the same time, Ari manages to release a partially formed golden arrow that shifts the trajectory of the final thread. It shifts away from his heart and pierces through his stomach instead. He coughs up blood while level-up notifications ring in Abby's inner ear. The purple soul energy thread begins to fade entirely as the life of the 3rd-ranked Dark Guard fades away. At the same time, Abby activates her first ranked-up buff, Area of Total Restoration, to spread a green aura around her over 100 m in diameter, engulfing Ari inside it as they're both blasted upward by the violent explosion of purple energy from the bottom of the ravine. The calming warm veil of Abby's healing magic washes over him as the hole in his stomach is restored almost instantaneously, and a wave of satisfaction washes over him. He smiles and looks above to see Abby's bright green form. "We did it," she replies as the upward momentum begins to slow. "This tail has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." "We did. That was quite the impressive shot. I wouldn't have had the opening to take it out so easily without the help of those golden arrows. I can't use any offensive attacks while in this immortal form. That went perfectly." Ari nods, then lets out a sigh and closes his eyes, allowing the green healing magic to completely take over his body. The enormous arm manifestations carrying the 3 bows on his back shrink back into his core, and he lets her heal the rest of his fatigue as they continue to fly upward out of the dark ravine. __. Above the mountain range on the other side of the battlefield, another deadly exchange is taking place. Monk is surrounded in a pure white chi energy form, while his master has turned almost entirely orange. Every exchange that they throw back and forth destroys more of the desert landscape and releases more and more of each other's power. The shockwaves they send off after each collision are enough to send cracks through the desert ground for over a kilometer away from each of their strikes. Not to mention, when one of them lands a solid attack, the other is sent flying into the rock ground to create craters over 200 meters wide and nearly 30 to 50 meters deep. The scale of their battle is only growing by the second. Both of them are breathing heavily and have landed over 10 solid hits each. It's clear they're both at their limit, and any new blow the other throws could be their last. They are truly evenly matched. Monk speaks up as the last remaining visible essence of white chi energy is sucked away and taken over by the orange borrowed soul energy of the Lich King. "Again, I am honored I have had the chance to show you my true strength that I have gained from your teachings, Master. It is a shame I could not get to fight you when you are using your true power as well." He clasps his hands together, and the white aura around him glows far brighter. 2 enormous white hands manifest in front of him. They seem to be over 20 times the size of the energy form they are both using to fight. With blinding speed, the 2 hands, each larger than entire buildings, come together and clasp around the orange form of the soul energy-infected Chi-Master. It creates an ear-shattering crack that sends a shockwave so powerful through the air that it ripples through everyone floating in the sky and spreads out over 5 kilometers in every direction. All of the remaining mountains are leveled in an instant, and it seems near impossible for anything to survive a devastating blow like that. On impact, the white hands hold steady for a few seconds, then begin to fade away. The body of an old man falls through the sky. An unnoticeable gentle smile forms across his face while he falls into the rubble below, trailing a weak aura of orange soul energy and remnants of white chi behind it. A single tear falls down Monk's cheek as he bows in the air and returns to his base form. Sir. After the death of the third-ranked Dark Guard, and the desert-shifting crack that followed Monk's final attack, the remaining members of the first Dark Guard begin to step up their game. The guard with laser artifacts built into its arms turns to its side, watching the bright, glowing form of their boss transform, then yells out to the one-armed club wielder. The boss is already using his final form, and we just lost the Spider Queen. It's time to step things up. We cannot disappoint the Dark One any more than we already have. It shoots more high-powered laser beams down to distract Maria, making her dodge them all in the air, unable to attack precisely at these high speeds. The club user grunts and replies, "Fine. I wanted to at least have some fun with this battle. But if you want me to finish things now, I'll do it. Cover me." The club user's body starts to glow just like the boss. Its muscles shift and grow, and even the spiked club in its hands starts to vibrate and expand. Maria sees this happening, but has no way to stop it as she is fully absorbed in dodging the barrage of lasers coming her way. This spike club holder grows at a far faster rate than their boss, expanding over 5x in size in less than 5 seconds. The white glow ceases and it towers over everything, still floating in the sky, but now over 15 meters tall. Its arm is still missing, but the dark gray soul energy that covered its body before is now manifesting the image of an arm in its place, so it can easily hold its club with both of its hands. The enormous muscular humanoid Cyclops lets out a murderous roar and charges toward the action. The laser wielder lets out a laugh and retreats. That's it. Let her have it. Show this girl how strong the first-ranked guard really is. If you can kill her before I level up to my final attack form, I'll even give you some of my mass to make up for losing that damn arm of yours. Come on, you brute. Let me see what you can do. It roars again, not letting out any understandable words, but its speed and agility seem to have improved drastically as it zips through the air toward Maria. It swings its spiked club like a bat and Maria has no time at all to dodge. She activates her ranked-up buff, Ice Age, and swings her soul energy-imbued sword back to block the deadly incoming strike. But to her utter surprise, the massive structure of ice is shattered in an instant. The upgraded mental strength and immense dark gray soul energy that has been released in this final form is on a level far higher than it was moments ago. The ice attack Maria threw could have easily taken off its other arm if it was launched just a few seconds earlier, however. Now it is shattered and destroyed in an instant. Maria's reaction time, agility, and speed were her primary advantage moments ago too, but now they are hardly even equal. This brute's speed outranks hers by almost twice as much as it lunges forward and swings its heavy club. Her physical strength does not even stand a chance against competing either. It was already at a lower state than this guard before it upped itself to its final form, as Maria is hit by an unstoppable brick wall of force and rocketed backward over a full kilometer in the sky. She realizes she is going to need to bring her full power to the table as well to take on this mutated monster. She coughs up blood while catching herself in the air and holding her sword steady, still looking 100% confident even after taking that brutal attack head-on. As the club user speeds forward through the air, she whispers the name of her second ranked-up buff. Awakened form of the Ice Goddess. The instant these words leave her lips, the entire battlefield shifts in temperature. The troops far below on the battlefield shiver, and the entire sky looks as if it's been tinted in a veil of dark royal blue light. Enormous amounts of swirling blue soul energy manifest from deep within Maria and begin to erupt outward to form the manifestation of a goddess holding a long blue sword. The manifestation of her goddess-like form grows just over 20 meters tall, towering above the approaching dark guard. Her aura erupts outward like a semi-transparent blue sphere and collides with the aura of the approaching club user that roars in fury. It swings its club at her, letting more of its dark aura seep from its body to strengthen the blow, while letting more orange soul energy cover the weapon itself to harden the metal. Maria calmly stares forward with a cool icy gaze and swings her sword forward in a striking motion too. As they collide, another shockwave multiple times stronger than the hands clasping of monks attack ripples through the sky. This travels tens of kilometers in every direction as the blue and gray soul energies show their incredible power. However, this even clash does not last for long. The cracking sound of metal breaking follows the shockwave, and the crackling sound of ice forming seeps its way down the club and onto the dark guard's body. Not only is the creature's flesh frozen this time, but even the soul energy that swirls around it is frozen in place. The enormous blue sword of the ice goddess's form breaks through the frozen club and shatters it to pieces while stabbing the monster in the chest, freezing its heart in an instant. Blue ice takes over its entire body, moving quickly, and freezing all of the soul energy left along with any flesh that dares to move. The massive green eye with a 1 labeled in its center turns to pure blue ice. Maria twists her blade inside the monster's chest, and its entire body shatters into shimmering icy glitter that falls down onto the desert battle below. The sound of ringing level-up notifications echoes in her inner ear as she turns to face the other glowing and expanding creature to her side. It is manifesting a far more intelligent and dangerous aura than the club user she just killed in a single blow. Chapter 492. Just over 200 kilometers away, back underneath the town, the dark red energy that seeps out from the final isolation pod begins to flow out at a much faster rate. It is equal parts chi and mana, and they are so finely intertwined, they have almost become soul energy. But there is still a vital catalyst or energy level that is yet to be reached before the two combine. However, this blood-red energy does not just seep out of the pod and dissolve into the air and through the mana shielding in the room. It stays surrounding the isolation pod, and slowly swirls around it in a circle as more energy seeps out to add to its mass. Every second that passes, almost a full minute goes by inside, yet my main body is manipulating the energy that has seeped out of the pod and portions of it are coming back into the small cracks. It is happening very slowly, but the released chi and mana that is slipping out from the pod is being circulated back inside. High in the sky above the battlefield, Maria turns to see the dark guard with silver laser fixtures on his arms grow many times in size. Its muscles bulge and ripple beneath the veil of white light that surrounds it. The armor on its chest and circular metallic cannons on its wrists glow bright orange and expand in size as well to match its new form. The massive eye on its forehead grows to be the size of a normal human being, and its height reaches nearly 20 meters tall. It stops glowing white and its true form is revealed. It's thinner and far more agile-looking than its old form, and as it kicks off the air and zips around Maria in circles, it's clear that its speed and agility have received a major boost. The heavy silver cannons on its wrists are vibrating and glowing bright orange. It yells out at the same time both of them shoot out bright lasers of immensely strong soul energy in straight lines directly at the ice goddess's form. I am the fastest of all of the first-ranked guards' forms. On top of that, my firepower is the greatest when I concentrate it in a single beam. Your advantages are gone. You may have killed my ally, but it is only a matter of time before I get my revenge and receive another gift from the Dark One after killing a specimen like you. He lets out a manic laugh while the energy beams collide with Maria's long royal blue manifested sword. Her awakened form pulses with soul energy being channeled through it, and the majority of its concentration focuses on her blade to block these incoming beams. This lessens her defenses everywhere else, but releases a magnificent wave of blue and orange energy as she blocks the incoming attacks. The beams are dispersed and flood out to the sides of her blade like hot lava as shockwaves ripple through the air. The Dark Guard takes this opportunity to shift its position and send in 2 more fully charged beams at her opposite side. Maria's awakened form shifts its body and uses the same sword motions to block the 2 new attacks coming in as well with everything she's got. Another 2 attacks come from above the moment she blocks these 2. A game of endurance ensues. The laser user witnessed Maria's raw power when it killed the club user with a single blow. It is far too intelligent and agile to be caught up in a trap like that after seeing the aftermath of its first victim. However, their soul energy strength when concentrated into a single point seems to be nearly even. After just over a dozen separate attacks from a safe distance away, every single one of them is reflected away by Maria's blade, and her icy gaze doesn't leave the dark guard for a moment. She hasn't had a chance to attack back herself yet, but is waiting for the perfect time to strike. The laser user is waiting in just the same manner. Her deflections and guarding tactics are flawless. The only way for it to possibly get a more powerful shot off now would be to charge up for longer or get in closer. Both options would give Maria enough time to send the attack off when she wants to. They are both very aware of this, but neither wants to test the waters and get hit by the other's attack. That is, until a metallic roar fills the air and sends impossibly strong waves of intimidation rippling through the sky. Out of the corner of Maria's eye, she spots the bright white light starting to fade away from the other remaining dark guard with its long silver sword facing Ember in the distance. It has almost reached its final form as well. This completely changes the mood of the battle. The laser user even speaks up full of confidence while sending its last attack. I may be the fastest, and I may have the most precise pinpoint accuracy with my energy attacks, but I assure you my raw strength and battle intelligence are unmatched by the boss. Once I'm done with you, I'll pick up the scraps of whatever is left of your friend. Maria's blue sword clashes with these energy attacks, but this time because of the guard's overconfidence taking a moment to speak, she has enough time to move her awakened form out of the way from one of the beams of energy. It buzzes loudly while it barely misses her left leg, and her blade blocks the remaining attack. However, she has enough energy remaining after only blocking one beam to send a crescent of her own soul energy flying back this time. The monster's eye widens as it doesn't have enough time to charge its own lasers back up to full power or dodge completely. The icy blue crescent collides with its right foot, crystallizing it and the gray soul energy around it instantly. The blue aura starts to creep up its leg until a bright blast of orange lasers fill the sky. It lunges forward, pointing one cannon at its leg and other pointed at the open portion of Maria's side below where her sword just swung. Two lower-powered laser beams shot on short notice are fired off. One blows off the dark guard's own leg, preventing the icy soul energy from spreading, while the other cuts a semicircle hole in the side of Maria's goddess's lower stomach. Her main body controlling the energy manifestation is damaged, and a chunk of flesh is ripped from her side while she coughs up blood. However, her opponent just moved in far too close for comfort, panicking, and left itself wide open, not to mention crippling itself by slowing down its only advantage. Blowing off its leg to save it from the spreading ice may have saved its life in the short term, but now it can't run away quite as fast. Maria brings her sword down to create another slashing motion while the dark guard tries to backpedal. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. It manifests a gray soul energy leg to replace its lost flesh, but during this process, it has to charge up its orange energy cannons to attempt blocking one of Maria's incoming slashes. In a fraction of a second mishap, she's turned this entire battle around, putting this dark guard on the defensive and takes control. It uses the full power of its beams to disperse the incoming wave of energy, but isn't prepared for the second crescent coming from its blind spot. It fires off two more hopeless attacks, aimed at the blurry blue figure that has guaranteed its demise. One of the final lasers hits the goddess's leg, making a small semicircle hole in Maria's flesh again, while the other beam goes flying off into the open air. She doesn't even bat an eye, because the crescent that is rocketing at the dark guard now cannot be stopped, blocked, or avoided. She whispers, "It's over." The creature with the most precise attacks and greatest speed in the entire Dark One's army has lost. It has never had to run. It has never had to defend from attacks it cannot perceive. It has never met anyone or anything other than the Dark One itself with enough power to overcome its overwhelming battle strategies. A single mistake, and I lost. I was not perfect. No, I was not strong enough. I guess that is what it takes to win. Undeniable strength or perfection. The second blade hits it from behind and the icy darkness takes over. The energy in its laser ceases to charge as its arms become stiff. Its heart stops beating as the blood in its veins becomes as hard as rock. Its vision fades to blue, then to black as its eye freezes over. All of the soul energy in its being fights to stop the freeze, but it feels like bringing a candle into a raging blizzard. No matter how much it tries to melt away, the depthless, icy force of nature takes over and plunges this dark guard into the abyss of death. The soul energy slash cuts right through its armor and body, turning it completely to ice and shattering into glitter on the spot. Blood gushes from Maria's leg and side where she was hit with the monster's beams, but a smile stays on her face as the level-up notifications ring in her inner ear. She covers the wounds with dense soul energy to stop the bleeding, and turns to the final battle that is about to take place far away in the sky. The final dark guard that carries a long silver sword continues to grow in size beneath the white glow. It hits 10 meters in height, but doesn't stop there, even reaching 20 meters. This is when the white glow fades away, and the creature beneath it lets out a roar. However, this isn't where the monster stops growing. It reaches over 30 meters in height, towering high in the sky, covered in a dense layer of gray soul energy so dark it almost looks black. The silver sword it carried before has expanded in size to fit its new form that is over 10 times as large as the original. An aura of orange soul energy vibrates around this sword so dense and strong. It feels as if the entire blade is wrapped in the laser beams that erupted from the guard that was just killed moments ago. It finally stops growing and points its sword down at Ember, who calmly watches it take its final form. He stands with the same emotionless expression, and has even put his red energy sword down by his side. But the soul energy coming from his being has doubled in density since the battle started, almost like the faucet of power is opening inside him. An echoing voice comes from the monstrous first-ranked guard's mouth as it declares battle against Ember below him. Do you dare to defy the orders of the up-and-coming Demon Lord's strongest subordinate? Whatever you are, you cannot match my final form in battle. Show me your true form, dragon. I want to show the Dark One that even creatures of legend can fall to my sword. Ember crosses his arms and looks up at the orange-coated silver blade that is over 10 times his human form's size. You want to see my true form? He pauses for a moment, then shrugs, putting his red energy sword up in the air to match the giant Cyclops. No, I don't think I will. A mere servant of the Lich King isn't worthy of seeing my final battle form. His aura pulses dark red, letting even more soul energy flow out from an invisible core. Then he speaks in a nonchalant manner while his body starts to grow. However, you aren't too weak. I'll give you props for the power you've managed to gain on your own. I'll use a new battle form I've been meaning to test out. You'll be a good punching bag. The final dark guard yells in rage, making the dark soul energy around him twist and swirl. The orange light on the silver sword looks almost as bright as a sun, and the monster pulls the blade back to ready a swing. You dare mock me? You are arrogant enough to face me without using your full dragon form? How dare you even try? Energy surges off the enormous giant in the sky as it lunges forward with speed that doesn't seem physically possible in such an enormous frame. Its silver blade leaves a dense trail of soul energy behind as it rockets down toward Ember. Once it makes contact, there is a bright white glow and an eruption of red and orange that collide. The sound of energy colliding this time sounds like space itself is tearing apart with their clash. The bright white light fades away, and Ember holds his bright red energy manifested sword against the silver and orange blade coming down on him. However, he looks very different. Ember has grown almost 3x in size. Part of his body is covered in black glossy scales, while other portions are shielded in blood-red manifested soul energy armor. A long pointed tail comes from his back, and so do a set of dark wings proportional to his larger body. It is a human-dragon hybrid form, and the energy being released from his soul energy core has grown magnitudes in power. He still has arms, legs, a human body, and a human face, but many features have shifted to be dragonoid in nature. I wasn't aware of this form at all. It must be a perk he's kept hidden from one of his rank ups, or had been capable of doing all along. Every time he's been in his dragon form in the past, anyone that has seen it has been killed on the spot. If this is a step down from his true dragon form, I'm incredibly curious to see what he looks like now that he's ranked up a second time. Ember has awakened a tier of energy level beyond anything I've ever seen. In a fraction of a second, he transformed and stopped the enormous monster's incoming blade with nothing but a soul energy manifested sword of his own. Ember shows a toothy grin, flaps his wings, then swings his sword upward to release a bright red slash of soul energy that sends the silver sword upward and pushes the dark guard back with a look of fear in its eyes. Ember flies forward without hesitating at all, swinging his manifested blade across his body and letting it clash over and over with the enormous silver sword. The dark guard is pushed back over and over, and it looks like Ember is just toying with it. Every slash he throws seems to be pulling from a deeper pool of power. It's impossible to tell if Ember has been holding back this whole time, or if this is a direct cause of my main body absorbing energy and having an awakening while Ember fights. The guard yells out while being pushed back further away from the battlefield. Impossible. How are you getting stronger? I can see one's true strength with a single gaze. At the start of our battle, I was guaranteed to win. Yet this power, where is it coming from? Who are you, really? Ember continues to mercilessly attack the giant, pushing him far off into a desolate portion of the desert while staring through its soul with his crimson eyes, then finally responds. I thought you were the strongest in the Dark Continent. Mr. Number 1, you're gonna kill us all? The Lich King will save you, won't he? Ember swings his blade with another surge of new power. This time as it collides with the silver sword, the metal cracks and shatters into pieces, sending the dark guard flying back again, this time rocketing toward the empty desert floor. Ember dives down to follow the guard's descent. His crimson blade grows larger and larger, glowing so bright red that it fills the sky. The dark guard fights back with everything he has, creating an orange blade in one hand to replace the shattered silver sword, then a dark gray blade in the other made from its own soul energy. Then, Ember speaks up in a low tone that only they can hear. You were pretty strong. It's a shame you had to work for the Lich King. You would have been a great labyrinth guardian. Ember pauses, staring the monster in the eyes. You want to know who I really am? You're going to die right now, so I might as well humor myself and see if anyone still remembers. Ember whispers a few words to the creature, and its pupil shrinks to the size of a pea in an instant. It shudders and all of the soul energy surrounding its body vanishes as it loses the will to fight. Ember swings his blade across his body and slices the defenseless monster in half right down the middle, splitting its head and heart in one shot. The red crescent follows through and hits the desert floor, making an enormous slit in the ground, followed by the earth-shaking thuds of the monster's corpse. This is followed by level-up notifications ringing in Ember's inner ear as he floats back toward the battlefield and whispers to himself. I guess he did remember. Ember arrives above the endless army of ghouls that continues to fight with the Flame Emperor's elites down below, then looks out into the empty desert facing Sector 1. I know you're watching, you have been this whole time. When will you show your face? Lich King? Back underground in the bunker below the town, the red swirling energy around the final isolation pod swirls much faster, and the bright light coming from inside the pod only grows more as the level-up notifications ring inside my main body's inner ear. Level up, X177. There is another pulse of light from inside the pod as my main body opens up its status and upgrades a single skill. The dense red energy that comes out from the pod begins to change its consistency. More and more of it flows out, and the rate at which it spins around the humming and vibrating machine increases. It gets to a point where wind is blowing through the room because of the energy's rotational speed. Then, once it seems to have hit a dangerous level to the point where it could damage the shielding of the bunker, the red energy starts to shrink. It all comes back into the pod and disappears inside in a matter of seconds. The room goes silent, and even the humming and buzzing of the isolation pod halts. There are hours left on the timer above it, however, it appears there isn't any chi or mana remaining in the pod. The door clicks open, and the first thing to touch the white floor is a boot covered in a dark red, almost black, soul energy aura. Chapter 493. A deep voice echoes back to Ember's challenge as the desert ground behind the marching ghouls turns pitch black. It seems I haven't hidden myself enough to get past the eyes of a fellow divine beast. An enormous black shadow has been cast across the sand, and it begins to ripple and vibrate while something emerges from within. The top of a dark cloak becomes visible, surrounded by a dark black aura. It comes out of the ground to reveal a massive skull beneath the cloak. My doubles inspect and appraisal skill picks up a reading that doesn't even seem real at first glance. LV. 3642. Active items. Lich King's Scythe. Plus 519% strength. Plus 444% mental strength. Hidden ability. Lich King's Cloak. Plus 604% agility. Plus 399% speed. Hidden ability. Dark attribute. Ring of the Divine Hidden Ability. Archdemon's Core. Plus 100% all stats. 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 Active skills. Combat magic. Superior dark summoning. Buffs. Curse of the Lich King. 1733/2500. Greater form of the Dark God. Its eyes glow dark orange, and it resembles the wraiths that were in the arena and on the battlefield earlier. However, comparing those weak monsters to the sheer size and power of the creature that emerges from the abyss below is nearly impossible. The monster's head is almost 5 or 6 meters tall alone, and the soul energy that radiates from its eyes is the source of the power that allows every one of the thousands of moving creatures on this battlefield to continue fighting. If all of them were put together and had their power stripped away, it wouldn't even be close to what this being contains. As it continues to emerge from the ground, a long silver scythe follows it upward, being held in its right bony hand. Jet black energy surrounds its weapon just like its wavering cloak. It towers over its troops, 20 meters high in the air, and it hasn't even managed to come out of the ground more than halfway yet. Ember replies by letting his bright red aura cover his whole body while still in his upgraded second form and float down to talk to the being at eye level with a tone as if they're old friends. Looks like someone got stronger since the war. The Lich King's glowing orange eyes shift upward to see Ember floating down, then replies, "A lot happened while you were asleep for 50 years. I've begun to build my army to finally take control of this world. I have become unstoppable while the strong kill each other and those that remain become weaker. Very few remember the strength of those that ruled the old world. You know that better than anyone." Ember and the Lich King stare at each other as it continues to rise from the darkness. "It makes sense that you were behind all of this. I must say, the appearance of so many soul energy users at once was surprising. Especially that flame user. Where is he?" It scans the battlefield, but only lands its gaze on my body doubles. It doesn't even stop on either, knowing they aren't a threat. That one's growth was fascinating, but it seems as though my second-ranked guard took care of him as instructed. He surely would have been on the battlefield today if that wasn't the case. Ember inwardly grins, but doesn't show any expression, listening to the Lich King continue to speak. I could not place my finger on how they were all advancing so fast, but seeing you in the flesh makes everything clear. Plus, to find you in such a feeble state makes my victory even more satisfying. At least you brought me an early congratulatory gift. A new lineup of dark guards will suit me well. I'm sure you're aware. The seat for a new demon lord is making itself known. The Lich fully emerges from the ground, standing over 40 meters tall, floating just over the ground with the bottomless black pit of shadows below it. It points its gaze off in the direction of Sector 2, but shifted slightly, aimed at the abyss filled with demonic energy. Ember nods and responds, "I'm fully aware. That is one of the reasons we've come to stop you." The Lich King pauses. "We? Who is we? Since when do you work with humans?" Then, It lets out a long and slow laugh. Anyway, your army is mine. This is the natural order of the world. The weak will die and the strong will live on forever. Come back in another 50 years and try again. It looks down at its army, and the bright orange gaze pinpoints every human below it that hasn't been taken by its curse. It lifts its bony hand in the air out from its cloak, holding the silver curved blade that is even longer than its wielder. The dark black dreadful energy around it pulses and starts to send eerie waves out at a constant rate. Ember responds by manifesting 2 long red blades in his hands and flying forward. The enormous silver scythe comes rocketing downward as Ember swings both of his blades upward, and there's a shock wave of soul energy that vibrates throughout the desert so far. Even 20 km plus away, the sand vibrates and rolling golden dunes collapse. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Hundreds of troops from the Lich King's army are blown backward by the blast, and even some of the elite mana wielders are caught up in the blast over 2 kilometers away, despite both Lydia and Fisher putting up walls of chi and denser mana from their ranked-up buffs to block the mental attacks. Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby all feel the vibrations of that blow ripple through their bodies, as well, even though they're scattered throughout the outskirts of the battlefield. They all immediately start to move from their positions and gravitate toward the epicenter of the blast to help. Ember and the Lich King are at a standstill with energy radiating from their attack, but neither of them let up. The black energy around the Lich grows darker and the orange in its eyes pulse. The scythe begins to move downward, pushing through the red barrier of energy that Ember's blades are making. More and more dark red energy comes out from Ember's invisible core, and his blades become stronger as well. He begins to push the enormous mountain-sized blade up again, and vibrations of energy fill the desert. There's a reaction between the two energies, and both Ember and the Black Cloak skeleton are pushed back from the blast. The Lich King stays floating just a few meters above the desert, and Ember is rocketed backward through the hordes of ghouls, killing another 100 of them just from his aura touching them as he flies backward. Nearby, Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby come to Ember's aid, and even my double high in the sky helps by opening a telepathy link between them all. However, the only voice heard in it is Ember's voice yelling at everyone. Run now. This battle is about to get serious. You've done your duty. The Dark Guards are defeated, the Dark Army is crippled, and you have given Jay enough time to finally awaken. The Lich King is a monster far out of your league. The stakes of mortals losing to it are far too high, worse than death. I will hold it off alone. In a flash of bright red light, Ember takes off toward the Lich King again, growing in size and releasing exponentially more soul energy by the second. Black waves of energy come off of the Lich King's body as well. Its aura grows in power as it raises its scythe high above its head again, channeling darkness into its blade while placing its other bony hand on the desert floor that is covered in its shadow magic. Then, its eyes pulse from orange to jet black for a fraction of a second, and another figure emerges from the mysterious abyss below the Lich King. A figure that looks exactly like an oversized Dark Guard emerges. However, it looks like it is made of the black energy that it was born from. There are rippling dark energy swirls all around it, and as it walks forward, it looks just like a walking shadow. My body double catches a glimpse of the Shadow Soldier's status, and it reads LV 3002. An enormous glowing orange 0 is visible on its chest, and the knight walks forward out from the shadows while holding a bright orange gem the size of its head, then starts to speed up its footsteps, turning its strides into a run. It looks just like the gems that were used to turn the people in the surrounding towns into ghouls with the power of the curse of the Lich King. Ember sees this and, mid-transformation, aims his next attack directly at this newly formed creature. There's another shockwave that vibrates through the entire desert. It isn't from Ember's collision with the Shadow Knight. It is his growing red blades that are stopped by the silver scythe of the Lich King right before he can stop it. Ember's wings grow larger, and the black scale and draconic features that only covered parts of his body before begin to expand. His red aura pulses more and more, pumping soul energy into his true form as he flies back around to attempt letting out a wave of red soul energy flames down at the Shadow Knight. There's another explosion of power as a dark energy slash comes out from the Lich King's scythe from a distance to cancel out Ember's flames. The Shadow Knight continues its increasingly fast-paced march forward into the hordes of ghouls, and in the direction of the elites of the Flame Emperor's army that Fisher and Lydia lead away to safety. The black energy that grows around the Lich King is expanding at the same rate as the red energy around Ember. The dragon expands to nearly match the Lich King in size. From nose to tail, he's over 40 meters long. His eyes burn bright crimson in color, and flames erupt all over his body as he expands his red soul energy aura outward to release his full power. A crater of molten rock and sand is instantly formed beneath him, and in the same moment the Lich King lets its black aura clash with Ember's, raising its scythe above its head again, and letting it pulse with dark energy. The shadowy circle below it expands while Ember lets a tsunami of soul energy flames down on the Lich King. The entire ground that is covered in darkness erupts upward, making a cylinder of dark energy shoot up toward the sky to meet the violent wave of fire that rains down on it. As these attacks clash, the shadow soldier that was able to escape makes it to the middle of the V-shaped battlefield and presses the orange gem into the 0 on its chest. Its black form turns into a burning orange light. Then, a wave of orange soul energy ripples off of it and through the battlefield. The energy begins to flow outward in every direction and toward the remaining troops that have just begun to retreat after Ember's orders. The orange light moves quickly, far too quickly for any of them to outrun on such short notice. The entire battlefield of fallen ghouls is soaked in this orange light, and the fallen Lich King's soldiers become rejuvenated by the influx of new orange energy that creeps into their dead cores. Every fallen ghoul and wraith that lies dead on the ground begins to move again, regenerate and stand to its feet. New roars, screeches, and movement fills the battlefield with life of the undead. The enormous pillar of black energy collides with Ember's dense red flames. This wave of red fire disintegrates parts of the black veil, but the amount of energy that emerges from the shadows below feels as if it's endless. The dark energy surges up into the sky. It expands outward, then disperses. The being beneath the darkness reaches its final battle form. Greater form of the Dark God. A 100m long jet black scythe emerges from the darkness, and the white skeletal form beneath the dark cloak is now covered in swirling black energy with the faint light of orange eyes below it. The shockwave of energy from this final form's evolution process ripples over 50 kilometers deep into the desert, knocking out the elite troops of the Flame Emperor's army over 5 kilometers away, leaving them on the desert floor foaming at the mouths. My body double that helps the troops escape with Fisher and Lydia is hit by the blast, and barely stays on its feet after the mental pressure of that blow. However, the body double that stayed behind in the center of the newly rejuvenated ghouls has no chi to protect itself from this shockwave at less than 1 kilometer away, and it's killed on the spot by the overwhelming pressure sending memories back to my main body. Monk, Maria, Ari, and Abby, who are the last to remain on the battlefield after making sure the weaker troops had a way to escape, are capable of putting up chi and soul energy shields to protect themselves from this violent mental attack, but the energy that hits them is still baffling. This sudden surge of energy slows their travel speed momentarily, but Abby releases pulses of restoration magic to help everyone heal and attempt run faster from the orange wave. However, it's no use. The curse of the Lich King stretches up high into the sky to create an orange wall of energy that seems impossible to run away from. It moves at the same pace that the Shadow Knight approaches. Each of them turns to the wall of light and activates their ranked-up buffs along with their soul energy. But in the face of the overwhelming power that was just unleashed on them all out of nowhere, these fighters seem like ants in the grand scheme of this battle. They stand in a line, using each other's chi and soul energy to attempt blocking the massive orange wave. But the moment it touches their shielding, the orange energy overpowers it entirely. Their defenses are breached instantly. The orange wave of death begins to fall upon them. The Lich King raises its impossibly large black scythe into the sky and prepares to bring it down on Ember. Ember lets more red energy flood out from his core, about to forcefully release a level of power from within him that is certain to block this attack, but has a high chance of causing irreversible damage to his soul energy core in this life. However, he stops once he senses something approaching at high speeds from far off in the desert. The Lich King sees its facial expression and yells out in a mocking tone. You still dare to smile in the face of certain demise? You really have changed, haven't you? I will be the first divine beast ever to defeat the Black Dragon. This is the beginning of my new legacy. I will show the world my power. It starts to swing the scythe downward, and Ember erupts into flames, getting ready to block, but replies while continuing to watch the being approach in his senses. I believe you're right. A new legacy will begin today. The scythe swings downward, and at the same moment the orange light starts to engulf the members of the Flame Emperor's party in the desert below. When all hope feels lost, the sky turns red. A wave of soul energy approaches from Sector 2. The temperature in the desert increases by hundreds of degrees in mere fractions of a second as a figure rockets through the sky at unfathomable speeds. It is covered in a dark crimson aura, holding a black sword, leaving trails of flames behind. Chapter 494. Pledge your loyalty, or burn to ash. My voice echoes through the desert, using my screech perk to make my entrance known. Just moments ago, memories of the entire battle flooded into my mind from a body double that was killed in the shockwave following the Lich King's transformation. Even while traveling over a kilometer above the desert, my dark blood-red soul energy aura melts the desert sand below. It looks as if an enormous ball of fire is rocketing through the desert and burning everything in its path. I'm fully armored up, using my ranked-up buff to create the manifestation of my dark black greater form, while an even larger layer of soul energy surrounds it and manifests an enormous black flaming sword. My eyes are locked on a wave of orange light that is fractions of a second away from engulfing my teammates and turning them into pawns for the Lich King's army. My eyes pulse, and my aura grows as the desert turns to a sea of liquid glass below me. Everything and everyone is engulfed in my soul energy's flames. I position my trajectory downward to aim my blade at the enormous Shadow Knight with a 0 on its chest stained in an orange light. Then, my wave of fire collides with the overwhelming wall of energy that is the curse of the Lich King. The collision makes another devastating shockwave of energy almost equivalent to the collisions of Ember and the Lich King just moments ago. The orange wall of energy tries to eat away my blood-red flames, but it does not tear them apart with ease like every other roadblock it manages to instantly phase through. A unique trait of these flames starts to absorb the energy that eats away at it, and just milliseconds after the collision, the massive ball of fire begins dismantling and pushing back the orange cursed energy. It spreads throughout the impossibly wide and tall wall, like a colony of fire ants attacking its prey and consuming it faster than it can move forward. My teammates who were moments away from certain doom are consumed by my flames, but the link through my rising Emperor's domain treats their mass as a part of my own body and passes through them like a warm breeze. The thousands of newly awakened ghouls and wraiths, on the other hand, are incinerated and absorbed into the dark red flames. All of their weapons, broken cores, and charred remains fall into my fire and end up inside my item storage once they're killed. The swirling orange soul energy left behind in the atmosphere does not dissipate. It is eaten up and absorbed by my flames as well. I swing my blade from a downward position, starting at the ground and up to the sky to release a soul energy attack straight at the Dark Guard with a 0 on its chest. The liquid glass of the desert is parted as my energy slash rips through it, hundreds of kilometers into the earth, tearing through the Shadow Knight's armor without any resistance at all. I fly right over its head as it's sliced in two, then incinerated by my flames. Level up X226. Level up notifications ring in my ear, alerting me that I've hit level 1785. But this upward slash that took out the Dark Guard wasn't even the main purpose of my attack. My gaze is still held steady on the Lich King that is wielding an impossibly large scythe, and the instant stat increases from this kill only powers my movements forward even faster. It swings it downward, and across its body at a 45-degree angle pointed straight at Ember in his newly ranked-up True Dragon form. My red soul energy sword collides with this dreadful black scythe, less than 10 meters away from Ember, and the earth-shattering collision that ensues can be felt vibrating in the sandy desert over 100 kilometers away. Red and black energy radiates off both of our weapons. As they're not even touching, but their soul energies fight for dominance at a standstill over 5 meters apart between them. The Lich King is holding its scythe with 2 bony hands swinging downward, engulfed in dark magic and eyes glowing orange. I swing my sword up, using every ounce of new power I've managed to absorb and obtain while awakening. It feels like all of my bones are breaking, and every muscle fiber is tearing, but I don't let up. I continue to push upward and let my flames burn brighter. Red arcs of electricity start to erupt from my flames, as well as enormous tornadoes of wind that keep the fires growing and raging on. Every element in my status is being pushed to its limits and imbued into my soul energy to add to this slash. We hold this position in place for just over half a second, but it feels as if hours are going by in my mind. The explosion that follows pushes both of us backward. The Lich King is sent flying upward and back into the desert while I'm thrown down to create a deep crater in the ground. This doesn't hold either of us back from charging up our weapons and immediately going back in at the other for the kill. I jump into the air, holding my enormous manifestation of a dark red flaming sword. Even in my greater form, being overdoubled in size again by the soul energy surrounding it, my form is just about the size of the Lich King's final form. Ember swoops in as I jump up, allowing me to land on his back to gain more speed while concentrating my power into my blade rather than my footsteps through the air this time. There's another reality-shaking clash of energy, sending ripples of heat, light, and soul energy vibrating through everything nearby. We're both sent flying backward again. However, this time I have Ember to guide my movements and don't have to steady myself. Instead, I charge up another attack without thinking about stabilizing in the air. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Ember speaks through our telepathy link while our dark red soul energy begins to merge together. Fashionably late, aren't you? Time to kill this monster. Ember releases a concentrated wave of flames forward at the same time I swing my blade and both of our attacks collide with the black aura of the incoming scythe. This time, after vibrations rattle the desert, the Lich King's long curved blade is actually pushed backward a few meters before the release of power. With our combined attack, we've got it beat on pure strength just slightly. However, our opponent notices this too, and more black aura starts to surround its blade and flood from its inner dark form. The monster's voice echoes throughout the desolate flame-covered battlefield as it raises its scythe again. Impossible. A mere mortal and a weak dragon have stood up to me in the form of a dark god. This act shall never be remembered. I shall erase it from history. With you two as my servants, the world shall only know of the immortal Lich King. The Dark One. No, the Dark God. It swings its scythe downward again, but I get an eerie feeling from it once the black aura around it starts to swirl and shift. Halfway through its downward slash, the tip of the scythe disappears into thin air. Or more like it falls away into the dark aura of shadows. From behind me, a massive black portal opens, and the pointed tip of the monster's blade comes rocketing out. The rest of the curved weapon follows, and I turn my body to block it with my blade at the last moment. Without my full attention being captivated in the charge up, and a switch in momentum, it overpowers me and I'm sent flying off of Ember's back while blocking the scythe. My soul energy sword still keeps a direct hit, so it never manages to cut through my body, but I'm shot flying past the Lich King at close proximity just in time for it to create another jet black portal and swing its scythe through this one too. I twist my body again, and this time, with enough momentum to clash with it using equal power, my soul energy blade collides with a small portion of the Lich King's scythe that sticks out of a black portal that floats in the air. At the same time, Ember lets out a concentrated beam of fire at the Lich King's main body, and manages to burn away a portion of its black cloak, and swirling black energy of its greater form underneath to reveal the bright white bone of the monster's lower ribcage. I spot a shimmering orange light inside it, and make the split-second deduction that it must have some kind of core or power source. As soon as I come to this conclusion, however, the energy and cloak that Ember burned away reforms and covers up the orange glow again, and I have to block another incoming scythe from the black portals that form all around me. I don't have the momentum to fully protect myself this time, and am sent rocketing into the desert floor to create another deep new canyon in the molten sand below. As I shoot back up to the surface, I watch Ember narrowly avoid the swing of a scythe that appears from behind him, then sends off another fire attack to melt away a small portion of soul energy and reveal that orange light again. I come to the conclusion that I need to switch things up. I activate the perk of my Rising Emperor's Domain, Power Holder, and feel 44 geo points with stats I'm able to steal right now. 6 of them are my ranked-up teammates, 37 of them are all the unconscious elites over 5 kilometers away, and 1 is an unknown new link of loyalty at a very high level. The natural range of my domain has risen exponentially from the level-ups and increase in energy control. Without even thinking for more than a fraction of a second, like turning on a passive buff, I take 10% of everything they have and notifications ring in my inner ear while I fly back up at the Lich King. +5, 584 strength. +4, 950 defense. +5, 888 agility. +6, 292 speed. +7, 220 mental strength. +14087, 516, 777 mana control. A surge of power flows through me. All of my base stats are nearly doubled, and the increase in mana control increases my overall energy control and significantly buffs my soul energy. I sense Ember's soul energy capacity rocket upward too. It feels as if a dam has broken and energy pours out to cover his true form in a layer of fire at a whole new level than it was moments ago. The black scythe from the Lich King appears from Ember's blind spot out of a black portal, and the moment he detects it, there's no time to dodge. He can only turn his talons in the way to block. As he does, the two forces collide with even power, and the glowing orange eyes of the Lich King widen in confusion. His claws wrap around the monster's black scythe, and at the same moment I swing my soul energy blade upward and aim right for its chest where I witnessed the orange glow pouring out just moments prior. With its blade stuck in the grasp of a flaming dragon, and my crimson energy sword pointed at the creature's heart, the Lich King knows exactly what is about to happen. It lets out a blood-curdling scream, and a declaration that echoes through everyone's ears. I am the Dark One, the Undead King. I will become the next Demon Lord. You mortals cannot stop me. Impossible. If you dare to defy the natural order of my new world, I will take you down with me. As my energy sword rips through its black cloak, incinerating the dark shielding around its chest area, I dive deep into its rib cage while swinging my sword. An enormous orange gem rests inside it, flowing with soul energy and pumping power all throughout its body. Before I can even bring my sword down on it, it begins to glow brighter and brighter as if it's about to explode. I make tight shielding of soul energy around my head, heart, and vital organs, but leave everything else nearly defenseless, and charge my blade with all of the remaining soul energy I have. A cracking sound ripples through the air as the monster tries to take its blade back from Ember's grasp. But he holds on with bloodied talons, tightening more onto the sharp blade. The Lich King sacrifices over 20 meters of its scythe, severing the end part by closing its dark portal. Ember still holds onto the creature's broken portion of blade while releasing a full-powered, highly concentrated beam of fire at its head. At the same time, a new portal is formed right behind me, and the cracked and broken scythe comes through it, pointed right at my back. With the expanding core about to explode in front of me, and the enormous black fractured scythe coming at me from behind, the only possible way I could dodge either of these would be to give up on my attack and run. However, that's not at all what I plan to do. I follow through, pushing my soul energy blade deep into the orange gem at a diagonal angle. Predicting that it will explode the moment I break through it, I position my body in the way of its blast to be violently propelled in the direction it does. The scythe swings down right where I was, and slices through my left shoulder and left leg. Without the violent orange blast that pushes me to the right side, it would have been a direct hit. However, my main body is propelled far away while the broken gem erupts from a slit that my sword managed to produce and expels its energy at a constant rate from inside. The orange blast melts away my skin at close proximity, but isn't able to breach any of my denser soul energy shielding. While flying backward through the air, I use self-regeneration to grow back my lost limbs and melted flesh, then concentrate on the new black portals that appear to my sides while I plummet toward the liquid glassy ground. I block every one of the blows with my energy sword, watching black shards of the scythe's metal get chipped away with every collision it makes. By the time I hit the ground, less than half of its weapon remains. At this point, I'm fully regenerated, and I jump back into the violent explosion of orange energy from its core. The Lich King continues to let out a death screech as it tries to obliterate everything in its vicinity, but the aura that comes off of Ember and myself is far too strong to be eaten by its orange soul energy. I grasp my blade tightly, jumping directly through the violent orange aura eruption, while bashing away its final attempts to block me with its shrinking scythe. With my gaze locked onto the orange core gem that is still floating in its chest and releasing power, I swing my blade at it again, this time with no external threats left to stop me from releasing everything I have into a final attack. My sword plunges into the crack that my previous attack produced, and I allow all of my soul energy to erupt from my blade and engulf what is left of the stone, while shattering it to pieces from the inside. My flames stretch outward, engulfing more and more with boundless hunger. The more it absorbs, the stronger my flames become. As I get stronger, the Lich King's energy that attempts to slip away becomes weaker. All of the energy from this orange blast falls into my dark flames, and they engulf the Lich King's entire body. There is no hope for it to escape. The crystal disintegrates, and every drop of the orange soul energy in the surrounding area disappears in an instant to leave nothing but a skeleton in a black cloak holding a shattered scythe. The screeches stop, and the waves of energy that threaten to tear the desert in two cease entirely. Ringing notifications sound in my ear, and the remains of the Lich King fall to the molten desert below. Level up, X414. Use absorption. Skill. Combat magic. Superior dark summoning. Yes. No. Use absorption. Buff Curse of the Lich King. Yes. No. Use absorption. Stat. 3188 mental strength. Yes. No. Chapter 495. As I scan the battlefield to ensure there are no other enemies nearby, I slowly let my buffs and soul energy aura deactivate and flow back inside my core. I instantly absorb the new skill, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning, and an additional 3,188 mental strength points, but pause before accepting this new buff. Curse of the Lich King stares at me in bright orange status text just as it did as a stain on every Dark Guard status I saw it on. It hovers above the pile of bones that falls closer to molten sand below me. I tighten my gaze, then decide not to accept this buff. I open my item storage and let out a sigh to let the remains of this monster fall inside. The black metal shards of its scythe, remains of its dark cloak, the skull of the Lich King that still is covered with swirling black energy labeled Superior Dark Element Stone, 5 dark orbs labeled Archdemon's Core, and a silver ring with a clear gem on it labeled Ring of the Divine, Hidden Ability, fall into my storage. If I have second thoughts, I can decide later. I whisper under my breath. Something doesn't feel quite right about that buff. I don't want to add it to my status without thinking it over and getting a second opinion from Ember as well. His corpse will stay in suspended animation inside my storage for as long as I'd like. My gaze hovers over the rest of my status, and I see my level has reached 2,199. In addition to this, I take a moment to look at my new skill Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning. Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning. Info. Dark magic allows the caster to summon darkness. It is the absence of light, or the absence of magic itself. If dark magic clashes with any pure mana-based attack, it will negate the opponent's attack proportional to the amount of MP the enemy is exerting. An advanced grade hidden ability. The MP necessary to negate attacks thrown by elemental skills by the opponent need to only exert 25% of the attack's MP to negate it. An extreme grade hidden ability. Portals of shadows can be created within the caster's mana control aura and can allow items or portions of the caster's body to phase through it as long as they stay touching the caster. A superior grade hidden ability. A single opponent killed by the caster may be resurrected in the form of shadows. The remains of this opponent must be sacrificed to the shadows, and only one contract may be created at a time. Once a new contract is created, the old one will disappear. The shadow soldier will be reborn at the level it was killed, but may gain EXP to level up and increase its mana control naturally. Its experience points will be split evenly with the caster while it is walking in the world of the living. This resurrected form is capable of expressing free will, but their link to the world of the living can be severed by the caster at any time. If the shadow summon is killed, its level and mana control will decrease by 10% once it is summoned again. Grade: Superior. Upgrade. My eyes skim through these notes, and I get very excited about the potential of this new power. I'll be able to negate mana-based attacks without using demonic energy, use a new kind of spatial magic, and the appearance of the Dark Guard with a 0 on its chest makes much more sense to me now. That was the Lich King's resurrected summon. After analyzing this new dark magic skill, I reread my newest skill upgrade I was able to do right while my soul energy was awakening. This is the reason I was able to use absorption to have the option to accept a buff in the first place. However, only one of the Lich King's buffs showed up, and after reading it I soon understand why. Absorption. Mythic Grade. Info: this is a unique skill. Upon dealing the final killing blow to any creature, the caster has the capability to absorb its skills. Absorbed skills will be adapted to fit the caster's biology. A special grade hidden ability. After defeating opponents of considerable strength, there is a chance the caster will be able to absorb 5% of their opponent's highest stat points. This will permanently increase the caster's status. For every 5 levels that the opponent surpasses the caster's own, the probability of triggering this passive ability increases by 1%. Legendary grade hidden ability. Skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to the current grade of this absorption skill. Therefore, skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to mythic grade upon casting. Old skills already obtained by the caster can now be upgraded to mythic grade after defeating an opponent with the same skill. After an opponent is defeated, their mana control proficiency, MCP, may be absorbed. For all opponents below 80% of the caster's level, 0.1% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between 80% of the caster's level and the caster's level, 0.25% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between the caster's level and 120% of the caster's level, 0.5% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents above 120% of the caster's level, 1% of MCP will be absorbed. There is a 5% chance that any opponent above the caster's current level will allow 1 proficiency point, PP, to be absorbed. A mythic grade hidden ability. If the defeated opponent is above 10% the caster's level, there is a 10% chance the caster can absorb one of the opponent's permanent buffs. Every additional 10% the opponent's level is higher than the caster's level. An additional 10% probability of their permanent buff being absorbed will apply. If the opponent has more than one permanent buff, the most compatible ability will be chosen. Unique buffs' latent abilities may change based on the caster's biology. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. A mythic grade hidden ability. If an opponent's HP is brought down below 5%, the caster has the capability to absorb a single skill without killing them. Activation time may vary depending on the total mana control difference between opponents. The opponent will permanently lose the skill from their status after it is absorbed. If the enemy has more than one skill on their status, it may still be stolen after killing them. Grade mythic grade. Upgrade. Two interesting new mythic grade hidden abilities catch my eye at the bottom of this description sheet. The first is the ability to have a chance of absorbing an enemy's permanent buff. This is what allowed the Curse of the Lich King to show up in my possible absorption options. The last ability stands out to me the most. Now, It is possible for me to steal skills without killing my enemies. I close my status, then take a look at my surroundings. The sun is high in the sky, reflecting off the molten desert around me as far as the naked eye can see. Ember floats downward, shrinking, and turning back into his dragon hybrid form, then eventually back into his full human form, with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. The moment I look him in his eyes, I stare deep into a crimson void of soul energy and immediately see the manifestation of an enormous black flaming dragon, many times larger than the form I just witnessed in this battle. Even though he's not using any soul energy, I can sense exactly how much his core will allow him to output if he chooses to go all out, along with the eerie feeling that this well of power is nearly limitless and is just held back by a seal. I murmur to myself as he floats over closer to me. So this is what Abby and Maria saw. I get why they reacted like that now. Ember grins and responds. Yes, I have to say, your soul energy awakening debut was rather impressive too. It's unclear which one of us is the true monster, wouldn't you say? He looks off into the distance too, and the molten sand sloshes around, radiating immense heat. The edges of the 10 kilometers wide sea of glass I created start to crystallize now that my soul energy flames have died down. I ask Ember a question. So what exactly is the curse of the Lich King? I'm able to absorb its buff now, but I haven't yet. It's still floating in my storage undecided. A majority of its soul energy essence is floating inside suspended animation as well. Ember exhales through his nose, chuckling for a moment, then gets serious and shakes his head. It's similar to a lesser version of your Rising Emperor's domain. However, only you're able to give your army power, you cannot take it for yourself. You'll have to strip their status clean of everything if you want them to comply. However, the upside is, it doesn't have to be an agreement between two parties. The buff holder will be the one in control. You can forcibly create contracts. I think about it for a moment, but Ember speaks up again before I do. If it were up to me, I'd say let that buff and the Lich King's remains rot away in your storage for eternity. You don't want any part of that disgrace of a divine beast's legacy stained on your soul. As long as you keep its soul energy essence from dissolving back into the world, it can never begin the rebirth process. He shrugs. But it's up to you. I nod. That was my initial thought as well. I'll pass on absorbing its buff for now, and keep its soul energy locked away for safekeeping. Ember chuckles again, but is interrupted by the cracking and hardening of the glassy pool below us. Ice spreads our way, and a bright flash of blue and green light does too. Abby flies through the air with Ari by his side and all 37 of the fully restored elite fighters. Maria is below them, using her ice-imbued soul energy to freeze and harden the desert floor so it's capable of being walked on again and not just a molten pit of death. 5 people trail at the rear. Fisher, Lydia, and my one remaining body double are behind the fighters to the right. Then Monk and an old man in torn white robes with LV 1602 tag and a link of loyalty to my Rising Emperor's domain floats next to him in the sky. Things begin to click in my mind, vaguely remembering the feeling of a weak life force deep beneath the mountains become engulfed in my flames during my initial attack. They heard my words, pledge your loyalty or burn to ash. As I flew over, and as the orange soul energy burned away from their body, they submitted to the flames and joined my ranks by their own volition. After a quick appraisal, I find that his status is completely wiped clean. There are no items, no skills, and not even the curse of the Lich King buff left over. My mind races for a proper explanation, but can only conclude that it is a unique trait of my soul energy using my buffs and skills in unison to create this effect. It seems I can burn away curses like this under special conditions. To know more, I'll need to conduct further tests in the future. Ember and I float down to greet the rest of the army. I deliberately do not put up a disguise this time, allowing everyone here to see my true appearance. They put their life on the line to give me time and fight an army that numbered nearly 2,000 troops while I was awakening. Getting a bit personal is the least I can do for them in return. Once we all touch down on the icy glass that Maria has summoned, I speak up. We've won. All of us that stand here today make up the strongest force in the entire Dark Continent. I thank you for your service today, and hope that this great battle against the Dark One's army marks the beginning of our reign. Everyone looks up at me, and I scan the crowd, looking at everyone in the eyes individually. This is just the beginning. A great battle has been won to declare dominance over the Dark Continent. But this is far from the true powers that rule this world. We will celebrate our victory, and we will strive to grow stronger. The moving image of a burning flag with a Hunters Association logo on it flashes in my mind as I visualize my next target, slowly formulating a new long-term plan of action. I float back up in the air and begin sifting through my item storage to let many of the items that were absorbed into my soul energy flames fall out. I use telekinesis to let them all float down slowly to everyone below. Your spoils of war. I managed to pick these up before destroying the battlefield. I let about 100 of the highest grade weapons fall out of my storage. These are silver swords, shields, daggers, and unique artifacts that some of the higher grade level 400 to 700 ghouls had on them. The elites take them with thanks, and I move on to the even better loot. Over a dozen wraith cores fall from my storage next into the hands of Lydia and Fisher. Then, 8 purple gems in the shape of spiders' eyes fall toward Ari and Abby. They hum with energy, and each have mental strength and agility buffs that breach 300%. The remains of a shattered silver sword, being what is left over from the first-ranked Dark Guard, falls toward Maria. Its shards each have 450% strength buffs, and can surely be used in future crafts. None of the other items from the first guard remain. They were all shattered to dust or burned to ash. Ember doesn't care for magic items like these, so Maria is happy to take them for a future craft. Then lastly, I float down to see Monk and the old man by his side. He turns to look me in the eyes, and both of them bow. I nod back and speak to the old man first. Considering our link of loyalty is already created, you have my trust. However, I still have many questions to ask you once we've all recovered from battle. He gives me a weak nod back, replying in a raspy tone. Of course. It's clear he has built up immense fatigue and is having a tough time even standing in front of me now, but is doing so out of respect. I smile, then turn to Monk. Great. This must be even more of a surprise to you than it is to me. It is a pleasure to finally meet your master. Chapter 496. I look off into the distance toward Sector 2, then speak up to Monk again. Let's get back safely and rest. After that, we can talk. Everyone around us divides their loot and begins to chatter amongst themselves. I decide to wrap up my talk before I lose everyone's focus, so I float back up in the air and put on my Flame Emperor's disguise. Now let's go back to town and bring the good news. I float upward with Ember next to me, and my ranked-up teammates follow close by. We leave the enormous sea of hardened glass behind. The mountain range is completely leveled and melted away. The ravine is filled in, and the entire landscape is forever changed. The sun continues to shine overhead as we return home. A few minutes into the flight back, I decide to eliminate the body double that is with me now and replace it with a new double at my current level 2199. I have them both fly much faster off ahead of the returning troops to go to the Canyon of Dungeons. One of them is given some gold to head to Vice City and Solara to get more food and water for the town, while the other one heads off to start upgrading my skills. As it vanishes off into the desert, I start sifting through my item storage to look at my own gear again, and I begin hearing dozens of notifications in my inner ear. Skills are being upgraded to mythic grade and elements are all rising to extreme grade one by one. A grin comes across my face as I take the time in the air while traveling back to begin sifting through my storage and planning out what kind of new gear I'll craft with my new high-grade materials from defeating the Lich King. The first thing I try to do is remove my Greater Demon's Core from my inventory slot. With all of the new high-ranking gear now, its 50% buff to all of my stats is becoming near obsolete. It is still a great boost, but I'm sure in the near future I'll have items that can fit that space better. I attempt merging it with my Archdemon's Core using my crafting skill, but it doesn't show up in the interface. Neither do any of the 5 Archdemon Cores that float in my storage. They can be equipped, but cannot be taken off my item list nor modified by any other outside items using crafts. It makes sense that a demon would never unequip or alter its core, but feels unreasonable for a human to be locked into the same mechanism if I'm not dependent on it to live. I continue to tinker around with it for a while, but come to the conclusion I'll need to do some tests with soul energy and some new mythic grade skills another time. I'll find a way to remove it eventually. I really only need one core to properly use demonic energy. Once I come to that conclusion, I come up with 2 other crafts that I'd like to try out. The first is a simple one, so I activate it while soaring through the air, taking the remains of the shredded Dark One's cloak, and imbue them into my cloak of total darkness, adding all of the remaining ripped fragments of the Lich King's cloak, plus 604% agility, plus 399% speed, hidden ability. Dark attribute to my blood-bonded cloak does not create a new visual appearance, but it significantly upgrades the cloak stats and adds a dark attribute to its abilities. Cloak of total darkness, plus 680% mental strength, plus 595% agility, plus 498% speed, plus 200% perception. Blood bonded, hidden passive ability. Concealment attribute, dark attribute. I feel a surge of power as it's upgraded while I'm wearing it. The cloak feels as if it can shift and change with more ease, and my magic power as well as natural perception and movement speed feel a noticeable change. I do a few twists and spins in the air while continuing to lead everyone forward, so Ember comments on it. Already putting the Lich King's gear to good use, huh? Anything else interesting? I nod, thinking about a few other items I'd like to wait until I'm back in the town to craft, but pull out the silver ring with the clear gem on it labeled Ring of the Divine, hidden ability. I did get this, but no matter how many times I try to appraise it, nothing more than its name comes back. I'm not exactly sure what it is. This catches Ember's attention, so he floats closer to me and I hand him the ring to examine. Ember lets it float in the air in front of him, using an invisible energy that I'm unable to sense to make the artifact float in front of his eyes. The longer he looks at it, the more intense his stare gets. Then he finally looks up at me. Yes, this is definitely a divine key. I raise an eyebrow and respond. A what? Divine key? What does it do? Ember shrugs, pulling a silver ring with a red gem on it out from thin air. It appears on his finger, and I see the same exact appraisal reading on it too. Ring of the Divine Hidden Ability. Now, I'm even more confused. It's clear to see on my face, so Ember speaks up again. He hands the silver and clear stone ring back to me while making the silver and red ring disappear back to wherever it came from. Sometimes, the divine beasts are called upon. This is the ring that each one carries to answer that call. You shouldn't be able to hold the ring, nor should it even be manifested in this physical world in the hands of a mortal. The conditions in which you killed and sealed away the Lich King's soul energy inside you must have altered with the wish of the divine. Ember smiles and thinks to himself for a few more seconds. Put it on. It won't do anything for you now, but it may bring opportunity if the divine ever care to call. He thinks to himself again, then speaks up in a more nonchalant tone. It's been tens of lifetimes since anything like that has happened, so I really doubt you'll ever need it. However, there's always a chance. I hold the ring in my hand for a while longer as we soar back to the town. As the construction projects and day-to-day lives of townspeople come into view, I decide to take Ember's advice and place the ring on. We all float down to the nearest entrance of the new apartment building, and my double has already returned with fresh supplies for everyone to go back to their rooms and decompress from the long, hard battle. It's agreed upon that everyone meets back up before the sunset to celebrate and talk with the town. I plan on doing an official announcement, but feel it is more necessary for people to relax and spread what happens by word of mouth for now if they wish. After handing these out, my double gives additional supplies to the man, Dan Stryker, that has set up a small mercenary guild bar right outside the apartment complex on the small street leading the center of town. I give him cooking supplies, high-end drinks, and miscellaneous gear and supplies to throw a celebration for the army volunteers once they've finished washing up and resting. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Many of my teammates want to do exactly the same thing. Ari meets back up with Luna. Monk helps his master find a room with a comfortable bed and good food to rest. Lydia and Fisher decompress on their own and socialize with the army recruits, rehashing moments of battle together. Then, Abby, Maria, Ember, and I all go back to the guild hall in the center of the city. Instead of going inside, we all float up onto the roof and overlook the town as word of what happened today slowly spreads amongst the villagers by word of mouth. None of us speak a word to each other. We just enjoy the view as people live their lives and the sun slowly moves over the horizon. Soon, Ari and Luna meet us up on top of the roof as well. Then Monk, Lydia, and Fisher all make their way here too. I share my craftsmanship skill with everyone, and we even sift through all of the B-grade materials down in the bunker to find more gear to maximize their crafting possibilities. Everyone gets major upgrades. Fisher and Lydia both make many concealment cloaks similar to mine by merging the Wraith's cores and imbuing my conceal skill. They hand them out to everyone here on the roof. Ember and Monk are the only ones that prefer not to take the gift. The others that do will now be able to alter their appearance to whatever they can imagine even when I'm not sharing my concealment skill with them. Ari and Abby make pendants and rings out of the purple spider eyes. Maria uses the core of the 5th-ranked Dark Guard to create a set of blood-bonded armor with over 350% defense buffs and high magic resistance to all of the elements. Then, she merges all of the large fragments of the 1st-ranked Dark Guard sword to create a brand new blood-bonded sword with over 500% strength enhancements. She doesn't imbue the sword with any skills or weaker element stones, hoping that she'll get to fight a strong ice monster in the future for its element stone. While they do this, I make my own new weapon in the same fashion that Maria did, but I have both the weapon's base material as well as the element I want to imbue. The potential of the craft I'm attempting here excites me. I take all of the broken pieces of the Lich King's scythe and stack them on top of each other, using telekinesis to keep them floating in the air. The only reason this blade broke was because the Lich King sacrificed it to pull it from Ember's grasp. Before its base was shattered by its dark portals and structural integrity began to fall apart, this blade withstood attacks directly from my fully powered soul energy attacks. Its fragments all read Lich King's Scythe, plus 519% strength, plus 444% mental strength. Hidden ability. It still vibrates and longs to be imbued with dark magic again. So much so, that when I take the Lich King's dark skull from my inventory, the dark element stone that has merged itself inside this creature's remains still tries to seep its way back into the floating pile of shattered blade. I activate my newest skill, Superior Dark Summoning, and allow black tendrils of energy seep from my hands to meld with the energies that loom around, even imbuing soul energy into this magic to increase its strength and simulate the kind of magic I'd use during battle. It creeps into the fragments of the blade and mixes with the pure dark elemental energy coming out of the skull. I cut open my wrist to allow far more blood than necessary to pour out, soaking the blades and regenerating my blood to create a foolproof secure bond. I remember Bree saying the more blood the crafter uses, the more control over the blood-bonded craft the wielder will have. Just 8 ounces has always been enough in the past, but from the sheer size of materials I'm using, and the power that seeps out from this dark element skull-shaped stone, I get the feeling using far more is safer. I activate my mythic grade craftsmanship skill, and the enormous pile of materials begins to glow bright white. First, it expands and flashes, then, it begins to compact and fuse together while floating in the air. It gets smaller and smaller, but the energy density inside of the craft reaches levels even more intense than I imagined. Once the bright white light finally ceases, a long black sword is left in my right hand that is nearly as tall and wide as I am. It immediately calls to be imbued with dark soul energy imbued magic, and I do exactly that because it feels so right. The blade pulses with dark magic, and a jet black aura forms around it. Right at the base of the blade, a black crystal skull channels the power from my hand into the impossibly dense metal. Over 100 m of scythe has been compacted into a 2 m long sword. It's the same weight as that scythe and is capable of wielding even more power, yet it is all compacted and focused on a very small concentrated point. This is a weapon incapable of holding back. I could never use it in a friendly sparring match. It is a tool built solely for war, The Dark Emperor's Blade, plus 729% strength, plus 666% mental strength, plus 512% speed, plus 478% agility, plus 401% defense, blood bonded, dark attribute, hidden ability. I stare at the rotating masterpiece as I channel more and more power into it, and it never hits its cap. It continues to charge further and further with no end in sight. I hold it high above my head, then open a spatial magic portal behind me to let all of the remaining hundreds of silver swords that I managed to absorb from the fallen ghouls on the battlefield earlier fall out. The silver blades of my slain enemies come together, and I use a small amount of fire-imbued soul energy to heat them up enough that they are moldable. As I bring the massive black sword down to my side and sit back, I mold all of these blades into the shape of a throne. Using ice, water, and wind magic, the throne consolidates and shimmers silver from the sun's rays. I sit back against the cool metal made of the weapons of the enemy forces we just utterly destroyed, and rest the jet black sword beside me. We've won. All of my teammates that fought in this war stand behind me and appreciate the view for a few minutes. Lights begin to shine in the city below, and the party looks like it's starting all along the street leading from the mercenary pub to the apartments hosting villagers and elite fighters. I stand up from my throne and place my new sword back into my inventory, and point down to the crowd forming in the streets. Please, all of you celebrate your hearts out tonight. Let me worry about tomorrow. Just be ready to leave by noon. We'll visit Sector 1 together and bring the good news. Post-chapter status update. Status open. Name, J. Soch. Level, 2199. HP 11,000/11,000. MP 11,000/11,000. Strength 8,594 plus 10743 plus 36181 plus 10313 plus 37728 plus 62650 plus 4297 plus 8594 plus 21485 plus 21485 plus 21485 plus 34376 equals 277,931 total strength. Speed 7,452 plus 8272 plus 11327 plus 9315 plus 19003 plus 37111 plus 25784 plus 38154 plus 3726 plus 7452 plus 23250 plus 18630 plus 18630 plus 29808 equals 257,914 total speed. Agility 7,596 plus 7596 plus 8356 plus 9495 plus 19826 plus 45196 plus 26130 plus 36309 plus 3798 plus 7596 plus 20965 plus 18990 plus 30384 equals 242,237 total agility. Defense 6,245 plus 4621 plus 8805 plus 6870 plus 14613 plus 19484, plus 10304, plus 24918, plus 25042, plus 3123, plus 6245, plus 15613, plus 24980, equals 170,863 total defense. Mental strength, 10,406, plus 15713, plus 13008, plus 13632, plus 36421, plus 70761, plus 39023, plus 69304, plus 5203, plus 10406, plus 31114, plus 26015, plus 26015, plus 41624, equals 408,645 total mental strength. Skills. Absorption, mythic grade. Swordsmanship, mythic grade. Combat magic, extreme fire summoning. Inspect, special grade. Enemy detection, mythic grade. Body hardening, mythic grade. Self-regeneration, mythic grade. Spatial magic, item storage. Plunderer, mythic grade. Telekinesis. Appraisal, special grade. Conceal, special grade. Berserker, mythic grade. Dungeon Walker, legendary grade. Intimidation, mythic grade. Dagger Mastery, mythic grade. Stealth, mythic grade. Bloodlust, mythic grade. Equivalent exchange. Combat magic, extreme wind summoning. All-seeing eye, extreme strength, mythic grade. Dual wielding, mythic grade. Telepathy, legendary grade. Final breath, mythic grade. Combat magic, extreme earth summoning. Combat magic, extreme mana manipulation. Life steal, mythic grade. Hibernation, special grade. Combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation. Combat magic, extreme ice summoning. Body double, legendary grade. Lie detector, legendary grade. Hush, legendary grade. Craftsmanship, mythic grade. Extreme speed, mythic grade. Combat magic, extreme water summoning. Screech, mythic grade. Phantom step, mythic grade. Flare, mythic grade. Confusion, mythic grade. Blast, mythic grade. Bind, legendary grade. Bloodweaver, legendary grade. Poison Mist, legendary grade. Iron Fist, mythic grade. Extreme Stamina, mythic grade. Combat Magic, extreme lightning summoning. Combat Magic, superior dark summoning. Items equipped. 15 slots available post-second rank up. Current items equipped. Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, plus 151% mental strength, plus 111% speed, plus 100% agility, plus 99% strength, plus 74% defense. Illusion attribute. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, plus 141% defense, plus 125% strength, plus 125% mental strength. Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, plus 152% speed. Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, plus 110% agility, plus 75% magic resistance, plus 95% ice magic resistance. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, plus 131% mental strength, plus 125% speed, plus 125% agility, plus 110% defense. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Advanced Fire Aspect, plus 421% strength, plus 350% mental strength, plus 234% defense, plus 255% speed, plus 261% agility. Berserker King's armor set, blood bonded, plus 312% defense. Cloak of Total Darkness, plus 680% mental strength, plus 595% agility, plus 498% speed, plus 200% perception. Blood bonded, hidden passive ability. Concealment attribute, dark attribute. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets, plus 165% defense, plus 120% strength. Hardening attribute. Infinite essence of regeneration, blood bonded, plus 439% strength, plus 399% defense, plus 375% mental strength, plus 346% speed, plus 344% agility. Hidden ability. The Dark Emperor's Blade, plus 729% strength, plus 666% mental strength, plus 512% speed, plus 478% agility, plus 401% defense. Blood bonded, dark attribute, hidden ability. Greater Demon's Core, plus 50% all stats. Archdemon's Core, plus 100% all stats. Ring of the Divine hidden ability. Final slot, 15th. Frowny Face interchangeable. Storm King's Dagger set, blood bonded, plus 312% speed, plus 299% mental strength, plus 276% agility, plus 250% strength, plus 250% defense. Lightning attribute, wind attribute, midnight dagger. Skill buffs. Berserker plus 250% strength plus mental strength. Bloodlust plus 250% speed plus agility plus mental strength, plus 100% perception. Extreme strength plus 250% strength. Extreme speed plus 250% speed. Final breath, plus 400% all stats. Exact percent will vary. Conditions vs circumstances apply. Permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's Domain. Hidden ability. Passive. Rising Emperor's Greater Form. Hidden ability. Active. Red Hydra's Rage. Soul Bond attribute. Active. Chapter 497. As the sun sets, more people join the festivities. Many elite fighters are fully rested, and the construction team under Maurice takes a load off from their hard day. This is both the debut opening of the first large bar in town on the main street and a symbol of the beginning of a new civilization that will grow from nothing into a force to be known by the world. I give a short speech and a simplified version of today's events once everyone has shown up, but leave them all on a simple note. We are no longer under attack from any nations within the Dark Continent. We shall grow and prosper from the ground up moving forward. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Consider this the beginning of a new era. There are clanks of drinks, cheers, and people go off and enjoy their night. I share a drink with my team, but the passive poison resistance perks of my self-regeneration skill negate its effects instantly. It's clear that the advancement of everyone's mana and chi control lessens the intensity of mind-altering toxins as well, but we do it more as a tradition to celebrate. The night goes on, but all of my main teammates end up right back on that rooftop once the main events calm down. We bring food, drinks, chairs, blankets and lights up and surround the silver throne I created earlier to have our own private party and talk candidly amongst ourselves. It makes me happy to see the villagers enjoying themselves, and I entertain the fun conversations taking place here on the roof, but there are really only a few things left on my mind. The events of the battle replay in my head, the feeling of awakening and absorbing mana and chi in a trance-like state for months feels like a blur, and the fact that I've achieved the goal I set out to do is still flooding my body with endorphins. However, I want more. The chatter calms down, and we listen to the music that plays from below us in the town while staring up at the night sky and finally taking a moment to relax. Once the golden sun comes up over the desert horizon, I raise a question to Ember, who calmly watches the city lights get drowned out by the rising sun too. What is a demon lord? Ember turns to me with a curious gaze. No one has said a word for nearly an hour, enjoying the view, and this is the first thing that comes out of my mouth. Based on his expression, and the perked-up expressions of everyone else around me, I follow up this question with a statement. Well, I heard the Lich King mention he would be the next Demon Lord. Then, I pull out the 5 Archdemon cores from my storage, letting them hover over my left palm while pointing to the dark abyss that is barely visible in the morning light. It seems a lot of people get obsessed with this demonic energy. The association tried to kill all of us just to get a hold of the remains of demonic energy after a labyrinth was destroyed. The old Sector 4 and Sector 2 leaders were clearly colluding to take the resources of the abyss for themselves and had no problem trying to kill me to take my core. Now even the Lich King, the most powerful creature here on the Dark Continent, the underground leader of Sector 1, he carried 5 of these cores around too, and claimed it will be the next Demon Lord. So what does it mean? What is a Demon Lord? What is demonic energy? What are demons? Ember lets out a sigh, staring off at the dark clouds of the abyss that are far away from the town near the Canyon of Dungeons. Well, if you really would like to know, I'll tell you. It won't make sense to a lot of your teammates. I can only explain it in terms that you and I have experienced together. That's fine. We can fill them in on the missing details as you explain. It's just been eating away at the back of my mind. I need to know why people want this power so badly. I let the cores fall back into my storage, then listen closely as Ember continues. Well, the reason people want power is an impossible question to answer in itself. Every individual seeks power for their own needs, but to be more specific, why do people want demonic power? There could be a number of answers to this question too. Ancient texts are hard to translate correctly. Sometimes demonic energy, mana, and what some call the God particle, chi, are hard to separate as the powers always shift as new eras come and go. There are always fights over powers that are unknown. If it is not the majority power source on planets, it will always be more valuable even if it is weaker than the main planet's power source. Sometimes, even the power of the divine is mixed into this misinformation. It is hard to know anyone's true motivation without knowing where they came from and what they know. He pauses. However, to stay on topic here, I can tell you why the Lich King in particular wanted to harness this demonic power. Great power comes from claiming the throne of the Demon Lord. Ember eyes the abyss one more time, then focuses his attention back on us. For any of you that have dealt with demonic monsters before, you know they do not exactly use the same energy as humans. The majority of power users on this planet use mana-based magic and a mana-based system. Mana is the most abundant in this environment over every other power source. It has seeped into all life on this planet and naturally found a balance, adapting to the human world. If there was not any mana in your body to begin with, and no mana on this planet to manifest dungeons, the system would not be here to allow you to absorb the power around you and grow in the first place. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Everyone nods along as Ember continues. Demons come from the demonic realm. You walk through a rift to challenge one of their trials with a rift key once. Their world is mostly abundant with demonic energy, not mana. Their system and progression patterns to grow stronger do not work the same way as you humans. I nod, pulling out the purple-white glowing rift key that I still have that unlocks the next trial for everyone to see, and respond. That's right, but I can sometimes see demonic energy in my system text. I have a skill for it, and even demonic artifacts show up in my appraisal skill. I pause and think to myself before speaking again. What about demons that run labyrinths here? They have levels. Most of them don't even use demonic energy at all, they use mana. What's with that? Ember turns to me and grins. That is true, but imagine you were born without an ounce of mana in your body in the demonic realm. You wouldn't awaken the same system you have, your body and magic would adapt to the environment you're placed in. Once in contact with certain energies, the system will adapt to it too. A great example is soul energy. Its power is not always visible on the system either, but sometimes buffs and skills can be visible on it once mixed with mana or altered to fit an unmodified mana-based system. Ember points to Monk. My case and point here, Even without leveling up or using the mana-based system, you grew stronger using an external energy source for many years before we met, Chi. Monk nods, and Ember keeps talking. Sure, you were born with mana, but living creatures adapt to their environments. There are many energy sources and ways to control the world around you. Far more than you can comprehend right now. He pauses, then speaks in a more serious tone to all of us. The progression of a demon is simple. It goes from a weak basic hatchling demon to a greater demon that guards a labyrinth. This is considered a very strong form in their race, like humans would look up to an elite fighter or a B-class ranked-up hunter. Once it grows strong enough, absorbing enough demonic energy, or if placed in a mana-based environment, enough mana, it may have the chance to evolve into an archdemon. It gains more skills, awakens a new core, and has the capacity to grow stronger far faster. This is considered a peak-level soldier in the demonic realm. An archdemon's growth rate and possibilities are endless. Ember lets out another sigh. Just like any powerful being, the greed for more power is never satisfied. There is a final progression for a demon, but it requires an enormous amount of energy, physical ability, and time. It isn't exactly a feat one can just unlock from leveling up or absorbing more energy. They have to pass trials and claim the Demon Lord's throne. In doing that, they're able to finally reach their true peak form. He turns to me and looks me in the eyes. Whenever a Demon Lord's throne begins to show itself, it is a sign that there will be a great war during that era. It's really only called the Demon Lord's throne because the highest concentration of energy is usually in the demonic realm. It's not very often one forms on other worlds. Another species is capable of claiming it, reaching their final forms too, but something like this basically never happens. The demons always win. This is why the name of this special rank-up process has been written into history as the Ascension to Demon Lord. Everyone sits in silence, but Ember keeps going on. It isn't uncommon for a new throne to emerge after a past Demon Lord is defeated, or a cataclysmic event triggers energy stores to create a rift. Most of the time, these great challenges happen within the demonic realm, but I've seen them emerge on other worlds too. He turns back to the abyss for a final time. So, when the Lich King said he was on the path to becoming the next Demon Lord, he meant he was building an army, and becoming stronger to one day challenge all of the demons and other beings that may show up to claim the throne. I turned to him with wide eyes and a fast-moving heart full of excitement. So, what you're saying is the Lich King wasn't even strong enough yet to take that throne? Ember shakes his head. Not even close. What I'm saying is, there are other beings watching this throne awaken too. Demons, demonic monsters, and creatures from other worlds are always watching. I'm sure you've seen for yourself. Many lurk in the abyss, waiting for it to awaken so they can challenge it themselves. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The fight for the throne has already begun. If the association is really that strict about demonic energy, odds are there are members in that organization that hope to reach this throne too. My mind races at all of these possibilities, reshaping potential plans for the future based on what Ember has told me, but not setting anything in stone before I know exactly what I'd be getting myself into. So, how strong do I have to be to take this throne? And how far away is it from awakening? Ember shrugs. Who knows? A week? 6 months? 10 years? The progression could speed up or slow down at any time. Throne awakenings are unpredictable. The trials are never the same either. Whenever it does happen, it isn't up to you. Your best bet is to keep training and getting stronger as usual for now. You may feel like you are on top of the world right now, but I assure you, if you want to find true power, you've just scratched the surface of what is possible. The sun fully rises, and no more questions are asked. Ember's words sounded like they were initially meant as a warning to all of us, but the more we listened and think about his words now, they feel more like a wake-up call or even a motivational speech. It is great to celebrate, but this is not the end. There is still far more work to do to reach the top. This sentiment sinks into everyone, and the town below finally falls asleep and stops partying as the morning comes. I make sure to give my doubles plans for the day while everyone goes and rests for a few hours, and I tell them to meet me back here at noon. Even I do the same, checking out a luxury suite at the top of the apartment complex that was specifically built for me. Many of my teammates have their own suites all made on the same floor. Monk goes to check on his master, but he has fallen into a deep sleep after making it back here and has not woken up since. The suites have large beds, nice views, and basic needs all figured out, but they aren't as classy as some of the Vice, Solaran, or Valor City high-rises I've been to. However, they're very nice for such short notice and limited building materials. I take a hot shower and get ready for the day ahead. A few hours pass and we all meet back up on the rooftop, feeling refreshed and ready to face the world. Fisher, Lydia, Monk, Ari, Abby, Maria, Ember, and I all stand in a circle. I hand out transportation crystals to those who don't have any, while those that do pull them out from their item boxes. It's time to get back to business. Let's break the news to Lith and see how things are going in Sector 1. In a flash of white light, crushing the crystals in our hands, we're all transported into the white-walled lobby of the Galeheart Tower. Chapter 498. We materialize inside the lobby of the Galeheart Tower, and I immediately ask the two lobby men to tell me where Lith is, even though I already know the answer. He should be in his office. The elevator dings and opens, but no one is inside it. I turn and walk inside. All of my teammates follow. Then the fast-moving elevator moves us up dozens of floors in a matter of seconds before letting out a ding and opening up to show the visual of Litha's high-rise office. The moment I lay eyes on him, the man's appraisal-blocking artifacts are meaningless to me now. I see his LV 824 rating clear as day now, his extreme wind element too. Even all of the high-grade mental strength-boosting artifacts cannot be hidden from the soul energy coursing through my eyes. Even the mana shielding in this building that I assumed to be impenetrable before can easily be looked through like glass windows. My conceptions about this being a completely secure building were completely wrong. The Dark One was most likely spying on us this entire time. I sense many other buildings nearby, but three other large towers stand out the most to me in the center of the city previously protected by the Dark One's royal guards. The shielding on them is nearly identical in thickness to the Galeheart Tower. However, they're almost twice as tall. While smaller office buildings surround these towers and have workers similar to the setup Lith has here just on a smaller scale, there is a clear distinction between those buildings and the three that are completely abandoned without a single guard or living soul inside them. One of them seems to be filled to the brim with many unique magic items, possibly replacement gear for soldiers in its army. Another has dozens of sectioned-off containment rooms, and it's hard to visualize exactly what's inside because of the many denser layers of shielding inside masking these very odd energy readings. Then lastly, there's a building that feels entirely empty, other than a small opening at the lobby base that seems to go underground. As my perception skills go wild, trying to pick up all of the readings in my environment, Lith stands up from his desk and interrupts my scans by speaking loudly with an annoyed expression on his face. 5 of my isolation pods? You took them a few days ago, didn't you? I saw it all on the surveillance footage once I was done with my session, yet haven't heard back from you since. Those were rare gifts from the old Sector 2 leader, they aren't easy to come by. You could have just used them here. I'd like a good explanation on why you've... The Dark One is dead. I killed it. We destroyed its entire army. Every Dark Guard, Ghoul, Wraith, and follower under its spell. As these words leave my lips, I grin and walk over to Lith while placing out a hand. I've finished my portion of our agreement a little ahead of schedule. We had to take some of your resources when we were in a pinch for time. He stares at my outreached hand, and the look of annoyance on his face turns to one of shock. You really did? I smile and nod, staring him in the eyes with a serious look. There is only silence in the room for a moment before he places a hand over his desk and stands up to shake mine. Well, in that case, I did say I would give you whatever resources were necessary to become strong enough. I just never imagined you'd act so soon. We release our handshake and I smile. What's done is done. However, I have a few more conditions I'd like to add moving forward, because with the Dark One's army taken care of, the people standing before you right now make up the top fighters of the strongest army in the entire Dark Continent. There's a pause of silence in the room as the reality of the situation sinks in. Then I say it out loud. We're taking over. Litha's face turns pale, but he doesn't move a muscle, speaking back in a steady tone, masking his fear. My connections, my resources. I'm far more powerful than just physical strength. I think you should reconsider The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. I interject before he completely misunderstands my point. Hey, I never said we're getting rid of you, nothing like that at all. Color floods back into his face as I continue. I want you to be the face of Valor City. I need you to take over the arena, continue all of the high-end trade deals, and retake over the lost royal guards to make sure this place is secure. I look in his eyes and speak up again. Consider my team the new Dark One's army overlooking this city as a final measure of security, but with a far less strict agenda and more perks. I want things to prosper here as much as you. Our trade deals shall run just as normal. You will keep your discount for items bought for Sector 1. Plus, I wish to see your promise to continue linking me with all of the other sectors and regions on the mainland stay the same. Lith nods, thinking over my words, then replies, "That is fair. It's really all I asked for initially, and I assumed if you ever became strong enough to defeat the Dark One, there would be no reason to keep me in power or even alive for that matter. However, negotiating with a human is far easier than a monster." He lets out a sigh and sits back in his chair. Then I reply again. "Well, probably, but don't be so sure about that. I have one last condition, and there is no negotiating on this point." Litha's eyebrows raise. "What is it?" "I need you to pledge your loyalty to me. You may run this city how you wish, and independently organize trade deals within Sector 1 or in private auctions if you wish, but my word is final. I need you to trust me and follow me as your leader as I establish dominance over the entire Dark Continent." He clasps his hands, thinking about this for almost a full 30 seconds. Then I feel a link of loyalty being created and a notification on my Rising Emperor's domain interface adding Lith to the list while he speaks. "All right, if that is all, I pledge my loyalty to you as the new leader of the Dark Continent." He nods and places out his hand, and we shake on it. I acknowledge his words and actions. "Great, it's settled. We're back in business." I completely change my tone from one of seriousness to one of more nonchalance. "Now, I assume you've had enough time to reach out and send associates to the neighboring lands to get initial orders for the trade deals. Let me see what you've got." Lith looks a bit startled at my sudden shift in composure. Then, he speaks up again in a relieved yet confused tone while reaching beneath his desk to pull out a stack of papers and an item box. "Well, yes, I have a few order confirmations actually. Hold on. First, is there some soul pact or signature or contract you want me to sign? Just verbally agreeing to your terms seems a bit too easy. How do you even believe me?" I shrug. "It's one of my buffs. I trust you. You're part of the team now. Just don't change your mind about me and we'll be fine." "I'll know if you do." I eye the papers on his desk. "Let me see the terms. Who agreed for the initial orders? Are they similar to the estimates you gave out to me a few weeks back?" Lith nods and pushes the papers forward while handing me the item box too. "Pretty similar, but there are some differences. If you look there, I managed to secure pre-orders from 6 separate buyers. Well, for buyers that aren't including my initial basic item order here, for Sector 1 and Chester's order from Sector 4. I nod, sifting through the papers as Lith continues. There was a large order from Sector 3, mostly E and D-class gear for their hunters in smaller cities and enhancement potions for the workers on the vast farmland. It is nearly identical to their past orders with the old Sector 2 leader. It seems they don't mind at all who is selling gear. They just want materials to continue business as usual. Lith points to another stack of pages. This one is the Vice Regent's order. It's a fraction of what they used to buy, so it seems they're testing the waters of a new supplier here, but getting our foot in the door is always better than nothing. Then he shakes his head. No one from the Apex region wanted anything to do with a new unknown source from the Dark Continent, so there were no takers there. However, both the Bedrock and Talton region placed in orders at similar sizes as the Vice region. Out of the 8 great regions, they hardly ever partake in trade with foreign countries. It seems a new seat of power in Sector 2 has opened up more opportunities. Lith points to the item box and I look inside. About 45 platinum in miscellaneous currencies fill the small spatial magic box. There's some platinum bars, mostly gold coins, piles of silver, and even bronze inside too. Lith speaks up and pushes all of the order forms over as I count it. That's 25% of the final amount. It's what I charged for pre-orders. Fulfill all of the orders on this list within 30 days, and another 135 platinum bars are coming your way. I eye over the lists, then place them into my item storage, along with the item box full of money he just handed me. It'll be doable. I'll have a team ready to fulfill these. Where do I fulfill them to exactly? Can I set up some personal contacts here? Lith nods, placing a few transport crystals with labels of dates, times, and locations on them onto his desk. Meeting points have already been assigned for each pickup. If you would like to come along with me once we make the deliveries on the first order, I believe that would be a great way to introduce you. However, I'm happy to maintain these contacts and have my people conduct the deliveries for you. It is a fair exchange for the discount on goods you're selling to me. I'll make a great profit by reselling them in Valor City and the surrounding trade cities. I nod again, allowing Lith to securely place each of the delivery-dated and marked crystals back into his desk. Possibly, I'd still like to meet with the people I'm directly trading with at least once. We'll talk over these details again after the 30 days are up. I'll have my craftsmen begin work after we leave Valor City today. I'm impressed with your connections and ability to make these deals happen. Lith, good job. I turn around and point to the elevator. Anyway, now that the technical business is out of the way, let's go do something fun. I want to go check out the 3 newly abandoned towers in this Royal Coin District. I wonder what the Dark One was hiding here. Chapter 499. Ember speaks up after my final words to Lith. Yes, that's a good idea. He points directly at one of the white mana-shielded walls of the penthouse suite. To me, however, it looks as if he's pointing to the building with the multiple layers of denser shielding and compartments inside it. That building in particular, I think we should check it out. He opens a telepathy link between us and continues. I sense leftover residue of the Lich King's soul energy. Both Abby and Maria look in the same direction with soul energy circulating inside their eyes, invisible to everyone else in the room that has not awakened this level of energy cultivation. Abby is more fixated on another tower, the one filled with weapons and gear, while Maria stares down at the empty tower with a single hole in its lobby leading underground. After a moment of silence, Lith answers my initial claim by walking over to the elevator and opening its door with a ding. I don't see why not. This will be the first time in months I've been outside in the center of the city. I'm interested to see how things are too. We all get into the elevator and take it down to 1 floor above the lobby. The door slides open with a ding, and a very similar-looking rectangular door is visible on the other side of the room. Lith presses a small silver device and it opens up, revealing a containment room about twice the size of the elevator we just left. Once we're all inside, the door shuts us out of the building and puts up a dense layer of mana shielding. A final door opens on the other side of this room and it leads to the outside world. The midday sun shines in as we all walk outside into the Royal Coin District of Valor City. Our footsteps on the smooth black stone streets echo throughout the silent city. Not a single soul is outside with us. There are just under 20 office buildings with similar blocked-off mana shielding setups like the Galeheart Tower, but none of them are as large or as well maintained. They're all business owners or trade associates that work in reselling goods and services in this city or Sector 1, or even other regions but have set up their base of operations here for tax purposes. Each and every one has a transport platform in their building, meaning all of these businesses are either monitored or working in conjunction with the association in some way. Even Lith in the Galeheart Tower, at one point had to make a deal to get a transport platform installed. However, the 3 largest buildings in this city, the ones that look newly built and have the highest graded mana shielding on them, surprisingly do not have a single teleport platform inside. The association was not in control of the Dark One's actions at all, and this makes me even more curious about this scene. We all walk out into the street, and the white door shuts behind us. While walking through the streets, the emptiness and silence is pretty eerie. It makes things especially strange with my advanced perception abilities. I can hear and sense people in the Platinum, Gold, and Silver District not so far away, going about their daily lives, shopping, and having fun in the city. We walk past buildings full of workers that have no idea the entity they're hiding from indoors is dead and gone. Everyone looks around this area in awe before we make it to the front of the first large building previously owned by the Dark One. The outside of the building is tinted a dark shade of gray, nearly black, but the humming coming off of it shows that this is just the outer layer of metals that hold that mana shielding in place. There are no control panels or simple ways I see to get in, so I just raise my right hand and allow dark red soul energy to seep out and form a large rectangle on the building's wall where the single door to enter is locked. Then, melt through the A-grade mana shielding with ease, incinerating that portion of the wall and letting the remains fall into my item storage. There is a burst of energy where the shielding is broken off, but my soul energy absorbs all of that excess blast automatically, so none of my party is even close to being caught in the crossfire. Once the reactions die down, I deactivate my soul energy, and we walk through the rectangular opening in the base of the building like nothing out of the ordinary has happened. My teammates all follow without reacting much either, but Lith walks through the makeshift doors with wide eyes as he didn't know it was even possible to break through shielding this thick with such ease. The lobby we walk into is dark, but once I step into the center of the room, a series of automatic lighting fixtures begin to turn on. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Starting at the bottom floor that we stand on, then moving upward one by one up over 100 individual stories. The walls are all dark gray, similar to the outer layer of shielding that surrounds the outside of the building. However, the floors are made of what looks like clear glass. Even the spiraling staircase upward that only follows the outer walls is clear glass as well. Standing at the bottom of the building here, I can see up to the top floor just by looking up, and on display, mounted on every wall, there are thousands of weapons, shields, potions, artifacts, and even full suits of armor. Everyone looks around at the gear in awe, and we even begin climbing the stairs up. However, all I'm doing is conducting detailed scans of all these items. The majority of gear here is really only C and B grade items, while the few pieces of gear near the top of the tower nears a grade, but none of it is even close to the drops I managed to get after killing the ranked up Dark Guards. There are about 20 suits of full appraisal blocking armor at the top of the tower, and these are really the only items that fully pique my interest. As we walk up, I use telekinesis to grab a few interesting items that catch my eye. They're mostly high-grade B-class items and unique-looking gems, but nothing that I can confidently merge with A-grade material or mythic-grade skills without something going horribly wrong like creating a cursed item. I don't bother to take 99% of the gear into my item storage because it's just more common-grade gear, making a comment under my breath. You would think someone like the Lich King would have some A-grade weapons or even higher, right? It must be hiding the good stuff somewhere else. Lith responds to my murmurs. Do you know how rare it is to find monsters, or even hunters at that level? I turn back to him with a shrug. I don't know, it's pretty common in big labyrinths. Plus, we're talking about the criminal overlord of an entire continent, not just some random guy. Lith laughs. You really are an interesting one, aren't you? You're aware that the association only has 4 registered A-ranked hunters in the entirety of the 8 great regions. There are less than 100 registered A-rankers in the entire world. This is the pinnacle of power we're talking about. High-grade items above C and B grade don't exist in great numbers. There isn't enough mana in this world to even maintain the mass creation of items like the ones you're after. He points to all of the gear on the walls as we continue climbing upward with near 100% stat-boosting perks and elements imbued into them, along with essence stones and range gems and potions. Each one of these treasures is enough to be the main prize at the end of a grand-scale auction. The winnings would be enough to set a normal family up for the rest of their lives. I cross my arms, turning to everyone and nod as we get up to the top floor. Well, I took everything I want. Once we make our way back down, if you want any of this gear for personal use, feel free to take it. I turn to Lydia and Fisher. You two gather up enough gear to give everyone in the recruits' army enough solid weapons and armor for 10 battles like the one we just fought. Plus, let's plan for enough gear for the army to grow as well. So 10x that number again. They both nod and I watch Abby, Ember, Ari, Monk, and Maria as they act pretty uninterested about most of the gear in this tower too. I turn to Lith. Once they've stripped this place of everything of value to us, travel to some of these high-end auctions and slowly sell off the remaining gear. Keep 50% of the sales and reinvest it into higher security for Valor City. The other 50% I want for myself. He agrees to my terms happily as we make it to the top floor and the 2 rows of black suits of armor come into full view. 20 in total. Full appraisal blocking armor set. Unbonded. Is the label on all of them. I immediately open my item storage and allow 10 full armor sets to fall inside. None of the other gear I've ever seen has had this unbonded rating on them. It's the first clue I'll have toward recreating or at least understanding gear like this in the future. Then I speak up to Lith again. Those other 10, I need you to put your elite troops in them to guard this inner portion of Valor City as well as the arena. We need to keep up appearances. We will be the only ones to know the Dark One is dead. The corner of Litha's mouth turns up. Very well, I'll make sure it's done. He walks around the sets of armor and examines them further while my teammates all make the slow walk downstairs, placing about half of the gear on the walls into their item storages for personal use or for the future army of recruits to use. Soon after, Lith places the black armor and leftover gear on the walls into his own item box, and we leave the strip tower just as quickly as we entered through the small hole in its lobby. The shell of a fortress is left behind as we walk through the silent streets again, approaching the second tower. This is the one that even at this up-close range I'm unable to completely scan what is inside. Ember warned me while in the Galeheart Tower that he sensed dormant soul energy from the Lich King here, and now that I'm this close to it, I sense its presence too. However, all that it is dormant. I feel no threat, just the afterimage of energy. So, I break through the front door in the same manner, slicing a rectangular hole through its dense mana-shielded walls. Once we enter this building, an automatic light turns on in the empty black lobby just like the last. However, there is a black ceiling above us and an elevator at the back of the room that leads upward to bring us into the incredibly high-grade shielded floors above. Now that I can scan the full building from inside, I'm starting to piece together what's here using my soul energy senses, but it still doesn't seem real. The elevator door opens at the back of the room by pressing a small button on the wall next to it, and the panel inside leads us to any floor we wish. I click on Floor 59, as it's the highest floor in this building that has extra shielding on it. Every floor above this one is empty, just like a normal building, but with only one layer of mana shielding like every other office building in this district. As the elevator door dings open, a second wall of shielding automatically opens to reveal the true nature of this floor, and the final veil of disguise is lifted. I immediately activate my soul energy aura to counteract the orange wave of light that flows toward us. The energy is captured, incinerated, and its remains are locked away in the depths of my item storage the moment it is absorbed by my aura. This energy that flows out is nowhere near the strength of the aura that was used directly from the Lich King itself when it was fighting me. The sight before me as the mist clears confirms exactly what I saw in my mind's eye when I entered this building. It's the reason I chose to come to this floor in particular, but still doesn't make what I'm seeing any less shocking. There are 3 large glass tanks of orange liquid with a single human floating inside each of them. They are fighters from the Valor City fight arena who I recognize very well. The visual from a few days ago of them being consumed by the curse of the Lich King, carried out by the 5th-ranked Dark Guard beneath the fight arena, is still very fresh in my mind. Max, Sia, and Ace float before us in a state of suspended animation with their status sheets wiped completely blank, soaked to the bone with remnants of the Lich King's orange soul energy. Below me on the other floors, floating in orange pools of soul energy just like them, there are hundreds of other high-level hunters and fighters held captive by the Dark One. Chapter 500. The 3 legacy fighters who introduced me to the rules of the arena when I first entered Valor City float before me now, unmoving while dark orange soul energy courses through their bodies. Maria points at them and speaks up. Hey, it's them. We had dinner with them together that one night. The legacy fighters at the arena. They were underground the first time we ran from the 5th-ranked Dark Guard. Is this where they were taken? What's going on here? Abby, Monk, and Lith stare at the pod with surprised expressions as they are very familiar with these three individuals as well. My soul energy expands to start filling the room and trapping away more of the soul energy that lingers and pours out of the pods. I continue to step forward until I'm faced right up against the glass of the middle tank of liquid with Ace, the swordsman, floating with his eyes closed, wearing the exact same gear as he did on the day of their capture. However, all of the magic power has been drained from them, and it seems as if it is just a plain metal sword by his side and clothing and armor with no enchantments at all. I speak up. They're alive, but not for long. I can feel that their vitality is directly linked with the remaining soul energy in the room. The moment we opened this door, the seal to the outside world was broken. As I began absorbing their remaining borrowed lifeline, the timer for their elimination sped up very quickly. With no orders to follow, and their commander deceased, the only thing they can do is wait for the soul energy around them to naturally disperse. There's no telling how long a process like this would take, and I'm not entirely sure it's possible. Their bones and organs are soaked with dense orange soul energy. We stand in silence as my red aura creeps around the back of the room too, soaking up every bit of orange mist, only leaving the dense stores that are left inside the three fighters remaining. Monk speaks up next. What if you attempt to wash away their curse, like you did with my master? I nod, allowing the red energy to creep up over the tops of the tanks and down into the water. That's exactly my plan. I'll give them the same choice. The red energy fills the entire room now, devouring the surrounding orange energy that is inside the tubs now, creeping closer to the three bodies inside. I let a wave of telepathy hit the fighters while the dark red flames ignite underwater and surround their bodies entirely. The same statement that echoed throughout the heads of all of the Dark One's troops echoes through their minds. Pledge your loyalty, or burn to ash. My soul energy seeps into their bodies and dense red flames fill the entire room as the highest amount of soul energy that needs to be dispersed is directly attacked. Everyone here attached to my link is unaffected by my flames. It takes a full 10 seconds for my fire to die down, and all of the water and glass from the tubs to shatter and disintegrate as well. Every drop of orange soul energy that infected these fighters' vitals, bones, and inner parts of their soul are burned away. I feel 3 brand new links of loyalty connect with me, and when the red soul energy flames dissipate, the only thing left behind is the 3 fighters looking up at all of us in awe, like they just woke up from a long slumber. Max, the shield, makes eye contact with me and smiles with light lips before collapsing onto the ground. Sia, the Earth user who now has had this power stripped away from her, manages to let out a faint whisper. It's you, the Flame Emperor, then collapses as well. Ace falls to one knee, keeping himself awake longer than any of the others. You saved us. Whoever you people really are, we are indebted to you. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. His eyes scan the room, recognizing Monk, Maria, and Abby after me, then bows his head. He falls forward and passes out onto the floor after this too, and the room falls silent once again. I nod with a satisfied look on my face. It worked. Lith speaks up, staring at the sight before him in awe. What worked? What did you just do? I definitely recognize those 3. I speak up again. I need you to get some rooms ready, whether that's in the Galeheart Tower or in the Gold District of Valor City. I don't have enough infrastructure for this many new people back in Sector 2 just yet. I think to myself while nodding, and Lith agrees to sort out the arrangements. Lith uses a teleport crystal to quickly get back to his tower and get some of his royal guards on payroll to come and help. At the same time, I use the elevator to go down to the 58th floor to find 2 more tubs of orange liquid and 2 more fighters that I've never seen before. Without wasting time, I use the same method of focusing a telepathy wave into their heads to give them an ultimatum, then purge the orange soul energy from their bodies. To my surprise, it works again. Both fighters fall to the floor and have a brief moment of consciousness before falling asleep on the floor. I move down floors again, repeating the process with the 3 more tubs on the 57th. A little overconfident in my abilities, I assume this test will go just like all of the others, but once given a choice, Only 2 of the 3 captured fighters create links of loyalty with me. The final member is burned to ash along with the Lich King's soul energy that courses through his body. As we travel downward floor to floor, this becomes a more common occurrence. About 20% of the unconscious fighters, when given a chance to live under my rule, or die with the soul energy they are bonded with, choose the latter. To me, if they do not accept my terms, they are nothing more than pawns of the Lich King's army. Everyone in these pods is between level 400 and 750. They are clearly a special group chosen by the Dark One for experiments, possibly to be turned into wraiths, or even to be trained up to level 1000 and turned into Dark Guards. The Lich King's true motives with this tower are unknown to me. They are all very strong, but have nothing on their status sheets. Once we make it all the way down to the bottom of the tower on floor 1, 93 new links of loyalty have been added to my Rising Emperor's domain, and they are all at a similar level as the 3 squad leaders in my army, and at a similar mana control as the elite soldiers. As we do, Lith and some of his hired guards come in and out of the past floors and bring the passed-out fighters back to the Galeheart Tower to rest in their private facilities. The extras are brought to various smaller hotels in the Gold District with close connections to the Galeheart Mercenary Guild. Lith recognizes almost every one of the fighters on the top 30 floors or so as past arena contestants that mysteriously stopped showing up over the last few months. Some are from the midday events, while others were even top-ranked legacy fighters before Ace, Max, Sia, and Monk took the stage. Many people on the lower floors are unrecognizable to both of us, and are most likely just random adventurers and hunters that were kidnapped in the Dark Continent as the Lich King has been expanding his domain over the years. I've managed to save over 80% of them from rotting away inside this tower for eternity. If they choose to join my ranks when they wake up, the size of my army just grew a significant amount in both strength and numbers. However, based on how long Monk's master has been sleeping, there is no estimate on how long this slumber will actually last. Once they're all taken care of, we leave this tower and walk through the empty streets again to enter the 3rd and final tower. After I cut open the wall at its base, just like the past 2, we walk inside and the sight we see is very interesting. The lights flicker on automatically like all of the other buildings. There are many floors above, just like the building we just left. However, there is no elevator in the lobby that leads up to them, and using all of my perception senses, I'm positive that none of these higher floors have anything stored on them. Other than the ground level floor we stand on, this massive tower is an empty mana-shielded shell. At the back of the lobby, there is a large metal box with blue holograms hovering over it, connected to intricate-looking interfaces. It is split into 3 sections: silver, gold, and platinum, with numbers ticking away on each of them. Litha's eyes open wide at the sight of this machinery, but my vision is more focused on the single square opening in the center of the room that has a ladder leading hundreds of meters down into the ground. Lith speaks out while walking over to the machine. This is the machine that tracks all of the wristbands in the city. It may seem like a small device, but this small box controls and keeps the balance of power in this city. It tracks all transactions between wristbands, collects the midnight tax, and is linked to the city-wide surveillance network. As he says this, my focus is swayed quite a bit, but the faint pure white chi reading that comes from down below us captures most of my attention. I reply, "Well, there's no use in ruining a good thing. Make sure that control box stays safe. We'll keep the midnight tax ongoing and continue blocking off areas of the city to monetary tiered restrictions. It may even be safer to bring this device into the Galeheart Tower for more protection. Leaving it out in the open here could be risky." My gaze turns back to the enormous hole in the ground. Everyone else on my team senses there is something down in the darkness as well. Fisher and Lydia even peer over the edge. Monk speaks up. "I think I know exactly what is down there. We have one beneath the monastery, but it isn't nearly as massive." His words linger, and I begin to build a visual in my mind of the cave system below the city that is connected to this long open entrance using my soul energy senses. The silence is broken by Ember's comment next. "I think I know too. This explains how the Dark One and all of its guards managed to get so much stronger while it was here in the city." Everyone is mesmerized by the faint waves of chi flowing up from the darkness and very curious about Monk and Ember's words. I jump into the small square hole and begin floating down, deep underground to see for myself what exactly is below this final tower.